right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Governor Uzodinma argued that civil education must be a cornerstone of the efforts of government, pointing out that the schools will promote civic responsibility and patriotism by teaching children about the country's history, culture, and values. They will also learn about the courageous acts and symbols of resistance against economic and some social political oppression. Governor Uzodinma was of the view that by understanding our past, we will be better equipped to shape the future. He pointed out that the national unity and inclusivity were paramount in the quest to revive patriotism, adding that Nigeria's diversity should be a source of strength and not a source of weakness, stressing that across all sectors, the government must prioritize policies that ensure social justice for all citizens regardless of their background. Governor Uzodinma stressed that Nigeria must strengthen its national symbols and traditions, pointing out that the national flag and pledge should be recognized and promoted as national symbols and powerful reminders of our collective identity and values. He remarked that Nigeria should restore and promote the old tradition of regular and purposeful use of the anthem and pledge in schools, public institutions, and at community events. Governor Uzodinma added that the media and public figures played crucial roles in shaping the country's national narrative, stating that Nigerians should work closely with the media to highlight positive stories of patriotism, civic engagement, and national achievement.
Is that the issue of patriotism among citizens is currently on the front burner of conversations on how countries can overcome their challenges and attain greatness. This may have informed the decision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFI, who recently ordered the Ministry of Information and National Orientation to find ways to raise the feelings of patriotism among Nigerians. Personally, I've read many articles and listened to many commentaries on the issue of declining patriotism among Nigerians. One of such articles, the desertion of Nigeria by Nigerians, lack of patriotism, or a need for a better life.
Governor Uzodinma pointed out that we also must consider how far the nation was driven by merit in our public and private life, adding that the nation was not likely merit-driven, which was its major bane. In his remarks, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State commended Governor Uzodinma for improving the social economic well-being of the people of Imo State, adding that the partnership between Imo and Lagos States will continue. The event was attended by different traditional rulers across the country, including the Oni of Ife, Oba Elegushi, Oba Oniru, captains of industry, the diplomatic corps, politicians, as well as the governor of Ekiti State, Governor Dapo Yebanji, and
As always, I'm delighted to welcome you to the front burner. Yes, we talk about burning issues here, but we do not escalate them. We only bring them to the attention of those who can effect a change so that things can go smoothly for businesses, economy, and there can be improved development all around. That's our goal here. I'm Blessing AJ. I'm not the only one who has that goal. I said that's our goal. Meet the rest of the team. Dr. Dausa Osamaze and Priya Krumali. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Prayer. A beautiful Tuesday morning.
Oh, yes, it is.
To our viewers out there.
Good morning, Blessing.
Good morning, Priya.
Good morning, Doctor. It's great to be here again.
Okay, the way you sound so cool, whoever is listening to you will thinking, this gentle guy. But wait till you see the kind of fire you can bring on.
But just look at it. It's looking like that young man who went to visit another president the other day.
Okay.
And you can imagine what can
It's
come.
my cousin. It's my cousin. I like him.
Well, that's a great way to start the show today. But before we get into the conversations, there is something you don't want to miss. And Swift Aderito is waiting to let you know what that is.
Africa is not a single country, but a continent, one that is a place for real business opportunities that the world would be alive to. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you do not want to miss. Talking about opportunities in Africa, the United Kingdom and Nigeria have reaffirmed its commitment to enhancing the trade relations and is driving economic growth through the implementation of Nigerians' national quality policy under the Standard Partnership Phase 2. This was an issue in a statement from the British Deputy High Commission in Lagos on Monday. The program is a collaborative effort between the British Standard Institution and Nigeria's National Quality Council, supported by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. The initiative focuses on building a robust and quality infrastructure to include the standardization and accreditation and testing and methodology services, all that are essential to boost trading capacity, of course, attracting investments and align with global standards. This is good news for Nigeria, and we hope the standards are important and are kept. My second story, of course, has to do with Okomu Oil and Prisco PLC. The two agro-based companies listed on Nigerian's exchange group have achieved the highest after-tax profits in a decade in 2024, despite challenging business environments. And when we mean challenging, we mean kidnapping, agbaroism, struggle with the list is endless. These two agro-based companies were able to weather the storm of inflation and naira devaluation to record the highest after-tax profits in a decade, where Prisco recorded 4,888.7% and growth. Okomu Oil recorded 1,188.3% growth from 2015. The highest oil palm commodity comes from Edo State, and we say Oba Tokpai is kindly note that palm oil is rich in vitamin A, and which is good for eyesight, and it also helps to fight cancer and brain disease. So anytime you are cooking that beans, there we go, especially add some more hepokupa to it. And of course, my final story is they say if you don't value what you have, you are sure to lose it. As talking about losing it, the House of Representatives Committee on Power has proposed a special levy to discourage the importation of finished goods into the country and promote local production. The committee's chairman and member representing the Eka North/Eka East South Federal Consistency of Delta State, Victor Wonkolo, disclosed this during a facility tour on the maintenance solutions and manufacturing services in Onna local government in the area of Akwa Ibom State on Monday. The lawmaker, who emphasized the need to boost local production to conserve foreign exchange, lamented that Nigeria has become a dumping ground due to the excessive importation of finished goods. According to Abraham Lincoln, you cannot fail unless you quit. So keep pushing. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's go for a quick timeout with the front burners. Of course, we have the brilliant Oyi Priye, the absolutely gorgeous, stunning Blessing, and Doctor, the man who knows it all. See you on the other side.
Of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers of consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News. Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability.
Okay, now let's get into what matters after something you don't want to miss, and that will be looking at some stories that made it into the news as well. One of them is the commencement of the CBN's new policy regarding ATM withdrawals. So ATMs have been loaded with cash as a 100 naira withdrawal fee begins. Banks have begun implementing the Central Banks of Nigeria revised ATM withdrawal fees, charging 100 naira per transaction for withdrawals from other banks' ATMs and up to 500 naira for off-site ATMs, while banks have ensured their machines are stocked with cash to encourage customers to use their own bank's ATMs. Many Nigerians are frustrated by the added financial burden. The Trade Union Congress and SERP have condemned the policy, urging its reversal, citing economic hardship. The CBN has advised customers to withdraw from their own banks' ATMs or use alternative payment methods to avoid the charges. So finally, this is March, and the commencement of a 100 naira fee charged for withdrawals from ATM. When you withdraw 20,000 naira or less, you get to be charged 100 naira. Now, when you do that withdrawal from ATMs off-site, maybe those located outside of bank premises, you get to be charged 500 naira. And the funny thing is that at this time where these charges are implemented, the ATM machines are loaded with cash. So the banks say if you do not want to be charged, then there are alternative means. Maybe you could do bank transfer, you could do e-transaction. But the question is, one question, from where did the cash come? You know, we talked about cash availability at ATM points. That was the conversation we had some time ago. And now Sarah and trade unions are saying this policy is harsh. It is frustrating regarding considering the economic hardship. There should be a reversal. What do you think, Doc? Have you been to the ATM in the last couple of days since we got into March?
Well, I can't remember the last time I had visited ATM.
Oh, it seems like you was fully cash policy
I can't remember the last time I visited ATM. And I think in most part of the last 2 years, the machines haven't been really dispensing money as such. And the alternative that are available is either you do a transfer where cards become absolutely very necessary. You have to go to a POS to pay your charge, and you can get transaction done. You see, the problem here is the fact that we are weak in change management. Now, when a change is about to happen, the authority or institution responsible for that change, in which case the change champion, have a duty to communicate to the people what exactly you are doing. You see, we sit down in the office, we write a 2-page policy paper or a 1-page press release, put it on the internet or in the media. Oh, from March 1, we'll now be charging 100 naira if you are withdrawing here, charging 200 if you are withdrawing here. But we are not even explaining to the people who are charging what's the reason for these charges. How does it help him or help the society? Now, this conversation, nobody is having it. And this is why you are seeing a lot of protestation, because people don't really understand that it's like a deliberate move just by the CBN to continue to empower the banks that are already exploiting the average man on the streets. And banks are declaring profits in billions of naira. And yet, the man who struggled hard to put a 20,000 in his bank account, there are deductions that are happening for SMS that are not sent or are solicited. You are having maintenance charges, deductions on your ATM card
withholding
use,
tax, and many
and
others.
you cannot even explain it. And I think this is where the confusion is. And I feel that it is a responsibility of those who are giving this assignment to be able to talk to the public. And they must be in the eye of the public to let people understand that there's a reason for this kind of a thing. Oh, we want to raise money, and this money is going to be channeled to do this XYZ. And people can understand. But as it is, many citizens are left really wondering because you don't know why we are punished. Because this is like a fine. So what's the difference of having, when there's an NIBBS that has united all the banks together, that on my ATM I pay 100 naira, and then on somebody else's ATM I have to pay 500 naira. So why the disparity? All this thing needs explanation.
Well, I don't even think it's about explanation for me, because at this point, I doubt any explanation will hold sway for me because the charges are astronomical. Now, how do you charge 100 naira per transaction? And offsite, you charge 500 naira per transaction. So if I'm withdrawing 500 naira, I'm going to pay, if I'm withdrawing 20,000 naira, I'm going to pay 500 naira. When we were talking about the high charges by the POS operators, it had not even gotten to 500 naira for 20,000 naira, except you go to very busy places, and because of the volume of commercial activities that takes place there, they want to take advantage of it to exploit people. But aside that, it is still, it was 100 naira for 5,000 naira, but of recent we've seen that in many places that has gone to 200 naira for 5,000 naira, and then for 10,000 some still collect 400, 300, some are still a bit reasonable. For 20,000 naira some collect 400 naira. Then when you go to very busy places, you can get maybe like 500 naira. So it's looking like even the POS operators that go out of their way, source from banks, source from other people who transact a lot of business with cash, are more considerate than the commercial banks that are supposed to be very considerate for customers who are depositing money with them. It's looking like CBN makes counter policies to frustrate its cashless policies. Now you want to encourage people to do financial transactions, and at the same time, you're the one complaining that the amount of cash in circulation is out of the banking system, and you are charging this. So those who have the cash don't see the reason why they should lodge that cash with you, because they will pay so much more for withdrawing it. You don't pay them for depositing the cash. How are you charging them so much more for withdrawing the cash? It just makes me feel like, what sort of operations are we running? What sort of system are we running? Why do we try to make it very difficult for business people, for average people to have meaningful living in this country? So at this point, I don't think any explanation they want to give, whether you say it's for maintenance charge, is to take care of whatever expenses, it's too much. If you're charging, because someone can make multiple transactions in a day, or even if just one person, how many persons do you charge 500 naira per transaction? That's a lot of money. When you put that together, what are you maintaining? What are you paying for exactly?
Okay, in fact, if I look at it from a very critical, from a very, very critical position, I can see, or I can begin to think that there is still a secret battle between the conventional banks and the fintechs. And we see it playing out in different guise. In all this conversation, tell me, where is the benefit of the fintechs? The fintechs are almost out of the picture. They are not there at all. So it looks like the big brother of the big brother playing the regulatory role of the conventional banks, is there, and as they've made this law and they've stamped it and the banks can go on. It's obvious where the cash is going to. It's going to the banks. The banks are making money. If they are declaring profit, they are going to declare more profit by way of this, because trust me, people are going to use those off-site ATMs and they will pay 500 naira. And during weekends, you will see, just be watching, those off-site ATMs will be filled. Banks ATMs too will be filled. So the banks...
Sorry to cut in.
Yes.
Where are they getting this cash to fill the ATMs? Because before this policy, it was as if the cash was very scarce. They don't have cash. So does it look like the bank has been hoarding cash? So now you've implemented the policy, cash is coming out. You're loading the ATMs. With cash from where? Are you printing more now?
Okay, so I think probably the banks want to tell you that, look, this policy just started. Your argument of asking us questions where we got the cash is immature.
It is not immature. It's premature.
It's premature. So just
where did
wait.
The cash come
Why
from?
don't you allow the policy to operate for like 3 weeks, 2 months, and see that there is a consistent way of loading our ATMs with cash, that we never run out of cash, then we can now accuse them that way. So we'll give them the long rope. However, the fintechs are the receiving end. I was saying that who are the people gaining? The conventional banks are gaining. The ATMs are going to be loaded from now on. So what you will see is that they're not loading the ATMs and say, oh, those who don't want you to go and use other banks' ATM, come and use yours, so that you will not be charged that 100 naira. But you see what? It's tactical, because there are some areas you go, the banks that you use is not there at all. So you have to use them if you need to transact.
It seems like some
in cash.
manipulation.
Yes. So the Kuda banks, the what are their names? The OPay.
We don't need their names, right?
The Palm Pays, all of them. Some of them give cards. They have cards. Where are they going? And they know that these are the people winning Nigerians. They are the people, when it comes to the cashless policy, they are belling the cards. It's not even the commercial banks. And the commercial banks have been angry from the onset. You could remember vividly, there were times where they, were sanctioning these fintech banks. They were sanctioning them, and they were telling Nigerians, look, your money is not guaranteed. Your money is not safe. If you continue to transact on this platform.
Let's be careful here. Were they wrong in looking into the activities of some of these e-banks or
fintechs?
Platforms, payment platforms, because some of them did not have the license to carry out the activities that they were doing at that particular time.
Yes, no, it's not. We are not wrong. We are not wrong by looking. The government has, through the central bank and through other relevant agencies, has the authority to regulate, to license, to take back the license if they default and all of that. But the thing is, the way they were really pushing it, it was a battle. I was watching the world scenario, and it became obvious that they cannot win the battle anymore. And we see regulations being churned out here and there. If the fintechs were brought into the picture as part of those that will be receiving the largest at this moment we're talking about, then we can begin to have a rethink. And from the way it's going, it will take quite a while for the conventional banks to have systems or to run systems to be able to, compete very well efficiently with the fintech operations, for them to really, stand at par when it comes to the cashless policy.
The cashless policy should not be a matter of whether it's being pushed by the fintechs or pushed by conventional bank. The cashless policy works, both the fintech and the conventional banks work together. In fact, the fintech was supposed to aid the migration from a cash-dependent economy to a cashless economy. So the reason why it looks like it's the fintechs that are edged out is because the fintechs do not have they do not really operate with cash. So whether you have a bank account with fintechs, you will still need to make that withdrawal of cash using the conventional banking system. So that's not really the challenge here. The challenge here is why it looks like for people to use cash, they have to pay so much. Now we understand that the aim that CBN will give, or the reason CBN will give, is to encourage people to do more of e-transactions. But let's also look at the rate of success of that. When you have more people doing e-transactions, what is the rate of success?
The e-transaction is not free.
It is not free, but it's not as expensive. It is not as expensive as when you withdraw. But the rate of success is also an issue.
Over-regulated economy. We are superlatively over-regulated, and this is huge, because when you're looking at what happens in the space elsewhere, people do transactions and nobody is fined this heavily. Nobody. So if somebody is putting money in the bank, let's even assume that we're a cash dependent economy. I am coming to save money with the bank. There's no interest coming on the money. The only thing we get is deduction. So saving become a disincentive. And I think that is even my biggest challenge. That if you're going to charge people money for putting money in the bank and they're going to take their money back, they are depositing, they are paying, they are withdrawing, they are paying.
No. Somebody's sending money to their account, they are paying.
So why all these multiple payments? What is it meant for? That's why I said, in my own way of looking at it, is the fact that I think they need more talking to the people. We cannot just keep people in abeyance and say, okay, let everybody be guessing what this is meant for. If CBN don't want money in circulation, I don't think it's by punishing people whose little money. Take for example a man who is earning 35,000 in a month, and he needs that money to survive, and it's paid into his bank account, and then you remove these monies from him.
So if he has to make that withdrawal using off-site ATM,
you have to pay 500 naira.
No, he's going to pay more than that, 35,000 naira. So he's going to pay like 1,000 naira.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we must put some certain things into place. And I think that even when government says, so we are not going to tax poverty, this for me is taxing poverty. Because the people that actually needs these things are the people who are down that level. I had this conversation with a group when, of course, the MFLA redesign policy came. And my question was the fact that, yes, while you were making this redesign and say, oh, you didn't want people to have access to cash, the first thing that we would have done was number one, you didn't consider the people who are very poor, who needs to go through this process. Maybe somebody is sending 3,000 to you. You want to go and withdraw it. And that's not 3,000. Somebody else had to take 100 naira or 200 naira. And at that time it was even 1,000.
Yes.
To collect 3,000 naira. Especially in the remote village.
Yes.
You didn't put them into account before you push out your policy. And that was why there was a whole lot of outcry. Because the people that you thought you were targeting don't need those money. The people who really needed the money to go and buy medicine in the drug, in the pharmacy, you are shortchanging them. And then, of course, you also didn't factor in that if we don't want cash in this economy, CBN should stop printing 1,000 notes, stop printing 500 notes, and stop printing 200 naira notes into circulation. Let it be that it's only 100 naira notes that is in circulation. And that is enough demotivation for people to trade cash, if exactly that is what you want. But unfortunately, we don't really understand what's this policy direction. What is this supposed to be doing for the economy? Or is it just to enrich the banks
at the detriment of the people?
At the expense of the people. So these are conversations that I think those who manage CBN really need to look at.
What about the aspect of syrup and the trade unions asking for a reversal? Does it look like this is a policy that will be reversed?
Oh, well, so the Central Bank of Nigeria is involved. And these are not people that will give heed to syrup, except probably syrup takes them to court. And from what's happening, it's like there's already a pending court case concerning this. So we're going to see how that is going to go. But most likely, I don't see where it's going to take us going through that process where syrup and the NLC is trying to hold back the hands. Now, I brought out some information about the way we had conducted transactions and how we've been having the mounting volume of cash transaction using the mobile money app transfer and using the USSD. So I would like to know just a few of that information. Mobile app transfers with a total volume of 831.54 billion in 2021 increased to 1.8 1.86 trillion in 2022, reflecting a 123.85% change in transaction volume. The total transaction value for mobile app transfers, that's mobile app, increased from 53.20 trillion naira in 2021 to 111.12 trillion naira in 2022, a noteworthy of 108.84 year-on-year growth. Now, that's in 2022. We are in 2025. And according to the statistics, in 2025, Nigeria should have gotten to the place where we have about 60% penetration of smartphones into Nigerian populace. So if we have like 60% and we are about 200 million or 219 million plus, then we should be looking at about 143 million Nigerians who should have a smartphone on their hands, on the palm of their hands. And because opening bank account these days has become so easy, you don't need to have some form of money in your account, just like in those days, in the days of DOC, where you can't just open an account without money in it. This time, you have to open money. You have to open an account. There is no money in it, with zero balance. Then you start transacting to make money, to put money in it. And before you know it, almost everyone, I can dare say almost all secondary school students have bank accounts. So that's where we are going. And I think we are making good move concerning that. And thanks to the fintech platforms who have come to make things quite easy. But they are not having it easy with the regulatory authorities, because at some point in time, the business of politics will come into play, and the politics of business will also have its own way of dictating where the pendulum will swing in this case. And it's very obvious in our eyes where we are going. So I think they are trying to create a level playing field where the conventional system of banking will also not be dwarfed by the fintechs, since there's a way of looking at the fintechs that, look, you were not right here with us.
I even think that this works in the favor of the fintechs, because for the fintech digital platforms, many of them do not charge you the way the conventional banks charge. So if I didn't have a fintech account, I would want to open one, because the conventional bank would charge me when someone pays into my account. When I make a transfer, I'm charged.
They charge you both sides.
But the fintech digital payment platforms will not do that. So it will be safe for me, cheaper for me to migrate there and live with whatever
But you see, the big issue here is the regulatory authority. And I think for me, it's just really focus. Because whether you like it or not, they're coming at the fintech. Because by the time charges are imposed on the fintech, of course it will pass on to account holders.
Yes.
Definitely.
But not as much as the conventional bank.
So whether it's at the same rate, it depends on what they're taking from the fintech. The point is here is, the people that are the victim here are those who are the lowest rung of the ladder. The unbanked Nigerians.
It's even a disincentive to the financial inclusion that the CBN says.
So this is where we must look at it. It's disingenuous, really, for us to sit down and be thinking that, oh, we want to be taking 1 naira, 100 naira from the very poor. And yet we're talking about, we're including them in the financial service sector. These guys don't have it. 100 naira means so much to them.
It does.
I'm wondering, do certain think that it's only people who are the elite that banks?
But Doc, they have an argument as well. They would tell you that, look, you have an alternative. Use the banking app. Use the USSD code. They could say that use the banking app. Use the USSD code.
Let's look at that alternative.
No, they don't have a bank account.
How many transfers do you make at a time, and you find that this rate?
When you are talking about alternative, we're talking about alternative. You have to assume that 90% or 98% of the population are banked. What What is the total size of the banked population in Nigeria? And you see, most of these people who live in the rural areas, they have to drive kilometers before they can access a bank. They are banked. Now, if they are giving and sending small money to them in the village and they need to go get it, these are the people that you're actually punishing. And I think people must understand you see, when we set out a policy, the first thing people should think is, who are the beneficiary? And who will be the victim of this kind of policy? And then you go out to test it to the people. You don't sit at the comfort of your bank and assume that it's only the people in the city who uses these services. Internet access, as we speak in Nigeria today, is still about 56%. So which means we have not even covered so much. So why are you talking about bank app when people don't have access to internet? So for you to be able to take such drastic move, you must ensure that there's an alternative people can resort to. And what this will mean is that you are still encouraging people to put money in their homes rather than put it in the bank, because it's punitive to save with the charges.
It's not even savings anymore, because saving is that you're putting away something, or you're putting away money that when you need it, you have it. The way it happens really these days, that you're putting away money. By the time you need it, that money is not the same amount that you kept there. It must have lost some.
This is a country where people
it is not savings,
die for 100 naira, 20 naira.
It is not savings anymore. And there's supposed to be interest payable to those who operate savings accounts. But the banks will tell you that there is even condition attached to it. So some banks will say, if you make withdrawal more than 4 times from that account, you're not eligible to be paid the interest that should accrue to your account for you operating.
How much is the interest?
It's even the percentage is even minimal. It's even minimal. Even that minimal interest, they do not even want to pay. Now let's look at the implication of this on the economic activities, the cost of goods and services. Now, when the cost of fund is so expensive, the cost of transaction is so high, how does this impact on inflation? CBN is talking about targeting inflation dropping. And all of this is happening, this counterproductive policies. What do we see happening at the end of March alone, Doc?
Well, I that's what I'm saying. I wasn't in that table where that decision is taken. And by the principle of change management, communication is important. And I just feel that they are not communicating enough. To first and foremost, let people even understand what are the rationales. What are we trying to cure? What is the evidence that if we follow this route, that the problem we intend to solve actually is solvable? All these questions needs to be answered. And this is the only way it will be easier for actually to make an informed comment. To see whether it's actually going to, because all you're talking about is that there is too much cash in the system, you want to pull it away. That's what you say, if that's the motivation for the charges, so that people will not be carrying cash all about. Hey, good and fine. You have other very little way to do this. If you say, for example, today the highest denomination in Nigeria that I can find anywhere in the bank is 50 naira. So if people want to go and withdraw cash, they will be thinking the volume that they have to carry.
50,000 naira.
Yes, to be able to withdraw a 20,000 naira or 10,000 naira. So that for me is a way to discourage it, rather than imposing fine. I don't call it charges or levy, I call it fine on the very poor. Because those people, one way or the other, become, so if you say a bank ATM that is offsite can charge 500, If a POS woman
charges
is
1,000.
charging 1,500 for 3,000, I don't think he's committing any crime.
Because you that gets this money for free, you are charging.
So look at it.
You're charging very high.
Look at it. So this is the way and I think they need to come out to talk.
Okay, so I want to actually address what Blessing, the very critical question Blessing asked about the tendency of this reflecting in the number of inflation, yes, 34.4%. It was when we rebased
that it came to 24.
That does not reflect in the pocket of the people. It's just the rebasing that, restructured that. And now if we are to do that, that means when you work, you get your salaries paid to your account. You go there, you withdraw the money. You are taxed for withdrawing. You're going to pay VAT.
Yes.
Because after the 100 naira tax, you will pay VAT. So some banks are even charging 107 naira 5 kobo. 107 naira 5 kobo. They are charging that because of the 7.5% increase in value added tax. So this, of course,
and that's not the only charge.
That's not the only charge. Let's even assume you are withdrawing from your own bank ATM,
which may not likely have cash.
It's not going to be 100 naira, yes,
because 500 naira is more profitable than 100 naira.
Yeah, so you'll be charged as well, though it's not as high as 100 naira, but you'll be charged instead of them saying it's free, as if it's completely free. Didn't we do it? Even the apps that you transfer, it's not free. You are being charged for it. And so when you want to buy stuff, I tell you now, and people bring out their POS, you will pay.
Yeah, no,
apart from paying the normal charge,
that payment has been there.
We have been normalizing.
And now it's even more enforced.
Yes.
When you say you want to pay using POS,
yes,
they tell you to add 15 naira for the charges.
For the charges.
So everything comes with a charge.
So
every
what does that imply, Blessing?
With a charge.
That means the price of stuff goes higher.
Yes.
Each and every time. So even if there is a mild increase by way of demand and supply, it's going to go higher than the percentage that demand and supply has imposed on the system. So inflation, at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to be coming down.
And then the purchasing power of the masses are going to be further reduced, because from the point of withdrawal, the amount of money at your disposal has already reduced. So whatever it is you wanted to buy with it or do with it, you are now considering making opportunity costs because you don't have enough money anymore. If you had 20,000 naira, and it's going to be more than 100 or 500 naira for withdrawal, because most ATMs don't even pay you 20,000 naira for a single withdrawal. So you are going to make at least 2 withdrawals to be able to get 20,000 naira. If you are charged 100 naira per transaction, so that means that for your own bank's ATM, you are likely to pay 200 naira to get 20,000 naira. If you use the off-site ATMs, you are likely to pay 1,000 naira to get 20,000 naira. That's a lot of money for people to pay just to get back their own money. I think that at this point, it's rests on CBN to more than just explain. Find a way to, if not reverse this, reduce the charges. This is killing. Now, we cannot be operating the financial system like this is some, back way of exploiting the people. When people put money in the banking system, it is because they trust that you can keep that money for them. And it's because they want the convenience of being able to get it back when they want that money. They should not be punished for keeping money in the banks with which you run businesses and you get interest. You don't even pay the people interest. The interest amount that goes for savings accounts is very, very little, yet there are conditions attached to it. This is too much. We should not be waiting for SERAP or trade organizations to drag the CBN. I think it's a human thing to do for the CBN at this point in time to look at other areas that perhaps they did not consider when this policy was made. It is counterproductive, and it will mean well for the economy. These angles that were brought out regarding the effect of this policy should be looked at.
The challenge is that when you have a banker as the regulator of banks, I've said this in several fora, they will really regulate for the interest of the bank.
So that means being pro-bank, anti-people.
And I think we need a more pro-people policy that will encourage industry to prosper, and that's the only way we can even have a prosperous country.
Okay. Away from matters that has to do with the bank right now, let's go on to construction. As the federal government has mandated 2 weeks site work before paying mobilization fees to road contractors. So the federal government introduced this policy requiring road contractors to work on site for at least 2 weeks before receiving mobilization fees. Will this work? You know, we talked about the policy where the government was talking about the amount, the percentage that will be released to the contractors. And now it's talking about going to site first, working there for 2 weeks before you're even given the mobilization fees. Does it mean that only very financially healthy construction companies can have contracts now, or can bid for contracts? Because you must have some money to have started the work 2 weeks before you're even mobilized. Doc?
Well, to answer that question straight on, if you don't have money, you don't have a business being a contractor. And that's quite very important. And there are conditions under which people are able to do some certain things. So my worry really is, and I understand where all these are coming from. We have people who, a lady told me a story that happened some time ago, and I think it was in Ondo State. This particular chap was bidding for a contract, and he bidded, he won. And he never went to site. But like it's done usually, all the stakeholders meetings were held. And then a month down the line, he's asking for completion certificate. He has never been to site at all. And at the end of the day, you know, it became like a quarrel between this lady and this chap who had his contract. And I felt that, wow, people are heartless, really. How will somebody give you a contract that you are profiting from, and you not even bother to even take sand to the site, and then you collect money? So, again, you go back to the things I talk about on this table every day: character deficiency, where people have very low values. But the question is, will these 2 weeks on site cure this malaise?
That's a huge question for David Tomai.
Because
generous.
You want them to be on the side. They can take 2 people there and use cutlass and be cutting down tree there for 2 weeks. Are they not on site?
Yes, they are. They fulfill the regulatory aspect of it.
Okay. So I think beyond the 2 weeks, the circular should be able to tell what quantum of work or milestone that should be achieved before mobilization, not just being on site for 2 weeks. Honestly speaking, because people who have no value will do anything to get that initial mobilization and boot away. Because the thing we're dealing with here is people of low value who want the money, but they don't want to work. So when you are dealing with such social scene, you have to be intentionally smart to outwit those people who are low value. So I think beyond the 2 weeks site preparation, there's also a need for a milestone to be set, that you get to this point in this job, then we'll be able to give you an advance. And I think that will be the antidote to those people who take contracts and never go to site.
First of all, you know that question, like after the 2 weeks, what next? I think I want to just appreciate the mentality or the mindset or the plan, the blueprint, the strategy that the Honorable Minister of Works, David Umahi, is trying to adopt to make sure that there is transparency in that sector and to make sure that everyone, all parties to the contract are committed? Because I'm sure now contractors will be asking the question, Mr. Umahi, you are making all these statements. What about you, the government, your own part of the bargain? You will need to feel it, because I remember the last time we spoke about this, Doc and Blessing spoke very much on the side of the contractor and how they have, how the government itself has an obligation.
I don't understand why you
because
have to
I am not surprised. I think Doc is part of those contractors, two of you. But the
comrade, let's not forget your matter.
So the thing is, I know that I like this 2 weeks thing. However, I prefer the APG and the performance bond. I think those ones are really going to stand the test of time to make sure that the contractors, they are held by the jugular. But on the part of the government, the mobilization fee, the procurement act, the kind of authority that the government has with that, it needs to also play a responsible role to make sure that, look, whilst we are setting all these standards, we know that contractors could be very, very defiant to authority. However, when we are setting these standards on our own part, we need to be responsible as well. If 20% of the entire sum of the contract fee will not do, if it will not serve that purpose for mobilization fee, then let's increase it. Let's increase it and let's make sure that the oversight function we are strongly attached to it. However, there's an aspect I would like to address. There are some contracts that are given to cronies. Imagine doctor giving a contract, or me, I'm giving a contract to my friend who owns a company, a construction company, to execute, to build a road, either in the local government or in a state road. And because he thinks, oh, this is the norm in the Nigerian society, my friend is now in power. He gave me, I worked for him to become the local government chairman. I worked extensively at the grassroots level for him to become the governor of the state. So I'm equally connected to Senator XYZ and to Honorable XYZ. So I will use that power, I will wield that authority to make sure when I finally win this contract, I'm just going to settle some of these big boys and not execute that contract. When you do that, and you giving out the contract, you gave it to your friend, would you have the political will and the power? Of course, you have the power, but will you have the political will as the governor of the state to make sure that you allow the Economics and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the ICPC and the law enforcement agencies to do their job? Would you be willing to take your friend to court for not fulfilling part of his bargain for that contract that you gave to him in trust? That he is my friend and I need to. Can we do that? Because if we don't do that, then we are all part of the problem.
The answer to that question is in the question itself. It's very unlikely that would happen. Only a few persons would cross the line of friendship. Only a few persons. Only a few persons will cross the line of friendship.
I promise delivery.
To do that. So
I promise delivery. I can bet with my name. When you give me the contract, I will deliver.
Okay.
And I will do it, and you will like the quality of work done, because that's in my nature to do things right.
Okay.
But you see, why we spoke the other day about contractors, because there are two sides to a coin. And the other side to the coin is the fact that there's also maximum default from the approving authority, that people have invested so much to do something for government, and then they are not able to recoup such investment because government is not able to pay. Now, when you check, for example, the local debt that the country is owing of the 79 trillion that we're talking about, you will find that what is owed to contractors, what the governments across the federal, states and local government, they are owing to contractor that constitutes this local debt. You will mourn for the contractors. And some of all these contracts that we're talking about, they are not contracts that was done last year. Some of them 10 years ago that are still not paid. So that's the point. So there's two sides to that coin. And what point we're actually making was the fact that contractors, yes, they need an APG, yes, they need a performance bond. And I think it will also be good that government that is giving this condition must ensure that they obey the Procurement Act, which says if you don't have money, don't buy. And before you sign off a procurement contract, whether it's work or goods and services, you must have the money put somewhere so that as contractor hits milestone, they can have access to their fund. And when that is done very well, government will be able to actually attract good contractor. I had a conversation with a gentleman yesterday, and he said to me, you know, I don't want to do business with government. I'm fine being with the private entities because people understand what it is to do business with government. And I think until hygiene enter into that entire process, we will not even have good people who have good intentions, who have the character to do job, to start to bid for government contract. So you will only have, like they say, when you pay peanuts, it's only monkeys you can get for a workforce.
Okay, I think it's a good one that the government is making the decision that for contractors to be mobilized, they must have started work 2 weeks before they even receive mobilization fees. Because what we find in some cases that mobilization fees are released 2 weeks, 1 month afterwards, you do not even find any sign of the contractor in sight. That's when they tell you, oh, this happened, that happened, so they're unable to get equipment down to site. But if the contractor is already shown that they're ready to commence work and they moved equipment to the site, they moved their workers to the site, and work is commenced already, then you can see the sign that, okay, from what we're seeing, perhaps they have what it takes to actually do this work. But I don't think it should stop there. Now, by the time mobilization fee is released, there should also be the same monitoring in the strength at which the work was monitored when the contractor mobilized to sites without even receiving the mobilization fee. Now, after mobilization fee is given, that same monitoring should go on. So it's not as if I have invested. So once I receive the mobilization fee, I disappear. They should be monitored to ensure that they carry on the task as they should. For companies that may be wondering, well, I do not have the strength to go to site without being mobilized first, then I think that maybe internally, some companies can be thinking of maybe having some measure to pull strength, to pull resources together. So where one company may not be able to handle a job or handle a project, if there are 3 companies that consolidate, they may be able to do that. Well, that's just some business sense for contractors there. So you know what we'll do here? We help inspire change. So that change may just happen in the construction sector so that indigenous companies can also benefit from that. They don't feel like this policy will edge them out and give the big companies, the foreign companies, the strength to muscle them out of the sector. Let's take a break. On the return, we're looking at illicit financial inflows in Nigeria. How do we combat it? Stay.
As a prominent figure in the mining sector, renowned for its production, cornerstone for 3/4 of the country's export earnings. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines are operated by and Vendetta Resources hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo and into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
It's time for policy discourse right now. Let's talk about illicit financial flows in Nigeria. This is a complex and pervasive problem that drains the Nigerian economy of resources that could have been used for developmental purposes. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has tasked the banks to do more to ensure that they follow global standards to combat illicit $3 trillion funds flow. Now, globally, it is put that about $3 trillion, there's $3 trillion of illicit financial flows. And some of this pass through countries through different means because there are different aspects of illicit financial flows. To talk about this and look at the different aspects of illicit financial flows and how it impacts on the economy, we have Dotun Adekunle, who is a digital payment platforms expert, and he joins virtually this morning. Thank you, Dotun Adekunle, for joining the show.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Okay, let's talk about illicit financial flows. Now, when we hear illicit financial flow, what comes to mind could be money laundering and some other things, but it's deeper than that. Please take us through what actually is illicit financial flow.
All right, thank you so much. Illicit financial flows are a significant challenge to Nigeria's economic stability, to our development, to our financial integrity. It includes different types of transactions. It includes money laundering, terrorist financing, tax evasion, corrupt practices, bribery, corruption. So it's a whole lot. It's a wide gamut of different types of financial transactions or financial flows that happen within a country or across borders of different countries. There are always the monies that try to go under the radar and are used for businesses that are not regulated or approved by the governments or the jurisdictions of the different countries wherein these activities take place. So it's a global problem, and Nigeria is not excluded from the challenges of illicit financial flows. If you look at Nigeria, there are flows that go outside that should have remained, those funds should have remained in Nigeria and been used for development. And there are also funds that come in from outside into Nigeria, and they typically don't go into investments. They go into terrorist financing and financing of weapons of mass destruction or things like that. So this is why there's a concerted effort by different agencies of government and the private sector to make sure that we're able to combat illicit financial flows in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dotun. In fact, I think you made a reference to one of the questions I want to ask. When I heard of the word illicit financial flow, I am more interested on the inflow. I'm more interested on the inflow because recently the chairman of the Economics and Financial Crimes Commission, Olukoyede, just, he gave back some money to some persons that were, duped by the fraudsters, 419ers, and the so-called Yahoo boys. Some of them are from Switzerland, some of them are from Spain, some of them are from the United States of America, and some of the monies that these young men collected from their victims, some of them were like $7,000, $2,000, $5,000, $7 million. And this is done, and the Spanish authorities, the Switzerland authorities, when they started praising the EFCC, they were talking about how this is going to go a long way in cooperation through the vehicle of Interpol to make sure that we have exchange of data and to facilitate the fighting and combating criminal activities in the country. But when some of our politicians, so when they mismanage and misappropriate funds, they take it out of this country. And these monies, serve as buffer for the economy of the countries that they take it to. Apart from terrorism, when we get this illicit financial flow into Nigeria, Is there any advantage for us when we get this money into the country?
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. Say, is that the efforts and the activities of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission is very, very commendable. There are movements to return some of the funds to the governments of Spain or Switzerland or the US, of monies that have come in illegally through what we call Yahoo Yahoo or all the other avenues in which these monies have come in is really, really commendable. And it shows that Nigeria is on the right path and that we're really fighting and not accommodating or enabling these activities to go on unchallenged. We're trying to stem the tide. And I think that it will pay us in the long term because it will promote intergovernment international collaboration with Nigeria as a good gesture because we have return funds. I think that that would help to come to your second question, which is that when also Nigerians take funds outside of the country illegally, then foreign governments will also be very open to help us to repatriate those funds. What we have had in the past in Nigeria, especially we know the story of the Abacha loot, is that it takes years and years for these foreign government agencies or foreign governments to return the funds that have been illegally pulled out of Nigeria. And that's why we doing this helps to balance the equation and spur the other international community as a whole to make sure that they return the funds for us when they are illegally moved out. There are various avenues by which these funds are moved out today in Nigeria, whether it's corrupt politicians who are able to take funds and misappropriate them and move them out through various means, or whether it's organizations who are undervaluing or doing tax evasion and avoidance and doing all those things and moving these funds out to foreign countries. If we're able to cooperate better with foreign parties and foreign agencies, we can get these monies back and help to rebuild the Nigerian economy. The money that comes in from Yahoo Yahoo does not necessarily build the economy. Yes, they spend heavy when they come into Nigeria, but that eventually still goes back out and does not really help the GDP of Nigeria or our plight as an economy in the long run. So,
thank you very much. Now, I want to ask, what the Abacha loot, the Diziani loot, they spend a lot of time outside the country and they are in the banks in other countries. These monies are used for business purposes and it benefits that climate and that economy. How can we as a country do ours so that illicit financial inflows also serve as benefit to us before we repatriate them back to those other climes?
Well, it's about having the proper jurisdictions and the proper legal framework. If we don't have the proper legal framework, you will see, for instance, that those loots that we mentioned, the Tiziani loot or the Abacha loot, that those countries where these monies went to made sure that in returning the funds, they took their time before the funds were returned. Number two was that when the funds were returned, they had agreements and pacts with Nigeria to make sure that the funds do not get looted again, or that they are used for, they get into the right hands and they're used for purposes that serve the common man on the streets. And I think that Nigeria needs to build our own internal framework that when monies have come in illegally and we are able to investigate and learn or hold on onto these funds, we're able to keep those monies and retain them within the financial sector. As long as the monies remain within the financial sector, they remain within the banks for a certain period of time, that money will be served, will go around and be used for developing the Nigerian economy, while in no way are we supporting that there should be more and more illicit funds coming into the country, because that does not pay us in the long run. Today, Nigeria is on the the grey list, for instance, and that's something that is bad for the economy as a whole, because it works against our ability to do business internationally. It works against local business in Nigeria interfacing with foreign companies. So it does not pay us. The best thing to do is to block these funds from coming in. We should not so much focus on how to use these funds to do business or spur our economy. But where they are in, we should keep them for a certain amount of time and have a proper framework for releasing the funds back to the companies and jurisdictions where they have come from.
Yeah, thank you so very much for being on the show this morning. I want to find out, do you think the anti-money laundering and financial intelligence mechanisms, for example, in Nigeria, are strong enough to actually deter people who are involved in this crime? And there's also the other dimension of people also looking for a way to clean up some of this illicit fund, and they enter into the country legally. How do we foster some of all these practices?
All right. Thank you very much. The frameworks for AML CFT needs to be strengthened in Nigeria. In the last 1 to 2 years, you'll see that this CBN, this current CBN, has been doing a lot of work in revising the regulatory framework for anti-money laundering. They have been doing a lot of work in ensuring that top financial organizations are doing better with their transaction monitoring systems. They're making sure that those top financial institutions are penalized when funds come into those organizations and they did not ask the proper questions. They did not do the customer due diligence. They did not have the KYC or the KYB of the businesses or the entities done in a proper way. They do not report suspicious transactions to the NFIU, and those things do not take place. So that has kind of shaken up the financial ecosystem, and everybody is now pro-compliance. Everybody wants to make sure that you're doing things in the way that it should be done so that you don't get penalized by the CBN. We've also seen increased efforts on the part of the EFCC in terms of collaboration with financial organizations, where today there are established relationships. There is a cybersecurity framework that has been established in partnership with the EFCC by a lot of organizations. We have the NCCC, that's the Nigerian Cyber Crime Center, a special division of the police that has been created and been empowered with tools for hacking, for detecting, for monitoring. CBN is, I know at present, is trying to release a new framework around the cybersecurity standards and transaction monitoring standards that has to be implemented by all financial organizations across the Nigerian financial ecosystem. These are some of the acts, the activities that are going on to strengthen the framework, strengthen the regulation, strengthen the monitoring, add technology to ensure that there's AI the detection of fraudulent activities or illicit financial activities going on within the systems of different financial organizations. So a lot of
now let's talk about the role of digital payment platforms in illicit financial flows. Now we have payment platforms, and we also have the crypto tradings ongoing, which the CBN has not really been in sync with, because of how that could also be used to carry out illegal activities. What's your thoughts on crypto trading and digital payment platforms? What role do you think they play in either aiding or discouraging illicit financial flows?
All right, thank you very much. Digital payment systems have come to stay. They have been able to offer financial inclusion services that the traditional banks have not been able to offer. They've improved the GDP of Nigeria significantly. Lots of our youths are employed in these organizations, and we've seen better service, better delivery when we look at this new financial systems. Nonetheless, some of them have become loopholes that allow a lot of illicit funds to flow in or to flow within the Nigerian economy. And the CBN, of course, has cracked down on a number of agencies to one, make sure that they comply with regulation and they are as monitored and regulated as the traditional financial institutions. So that's incursion of the CBN to put things in order has helped a long way. So you see that over the last 2 years, there's been improvement. And then the cooperations with the other regulatory agencies has also proved very, very helpful. But nonetheless, digital assets, which is crypto now, has become an area where most funds that are gotten in, that flow in illicitly or flow out illicitly, always come through crypto. Because these systems are not regulated, the advice that I have for the government is that instead of having that stance of we're not doing crypto in Nigeria, and people keep doing it underhanded and keep doing it in the dark web, it's time for regulatory authorities to actually embrace crypto technology, because there's nothing that we can do to stop it. But embrace it and license it and bring them into the total foray of financial transactions. That way, they're able to monitor transactions, ask for reports, and able to curb illicit flows, whether they are flowing in or flowing out. The way forward is to license and enable all these digital asset providers, especially the ones that deal with finance. Thank you.
All right, now if we're talking about the digital payment platforms too, let's look at tracking illicit financial flows and the cooperation of the banking system in having this done. Now, when the monies were returned to persons who were fallen victims to fraudsters outside of this country, it was applauded. At least we saw that they now have hope and trust in the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and what the Nigerian government is doing to discourage that. But internally, when events like this happen, someone notices that money has been moved from their account and they go over to the bank or need the cooperation of the banking sector. Sometimes it seems like it can be traced. You hear things like, oh, this transaction was done using POS. We can't track it, we can't trace it. Could you speak to that? Is it possible that any digital transaction, whether being carried out using POS or other means, cannot actually be tracked?
Again, thank you. The Nigerian payment ecosystem is one of the most advanced in the world. The Nigerian payment ecosystem is better in terms of efficiency, in terms of speed, than even what you have in the US, in the UK, and most parts of the world. And you find studies coming and going on from other international countries to come and study how come we're able to do transfers at the speed at which we are doing it. That, as much as it has been a blessing for trade and businesses, it has also become a problem, because it means that when fraud does occur, or when illicit funds flow into Nigeria, they are able to move at a speed that is unprecedented. And so when you have these kind of things happen in a particular organization, for instance, by the time you want to trace that transaction, it has moved to another organization in the financial ecosystem. By the time you get to that second organization, it has moved again to another financial institution, and eventually it moves to a POS where it turns to cash. At the point where a transaction turns from digital to cash is always the point where it becomes largely untraceable. But then there are regulatory frameworks that are being put in place by the regulators, the CBN inclusive. One, to limit the amount of monies that can be cashed out at a POS agent. There is a new regulation, for instance, that no agent should do above 100,000 naira in any singular transaction, and that no agent should do above 1.2 million naira in total in terms of cash transactions, where digital or electronic money turns to cash transaction on a daily basis. These are some of the measures that will help to curb the system, because it's at the point where that digital to cash translation happens. That's where money becomes largely untraceable. And if at any point in time you are doing a transaction that is high in value, it is the responsibility of the POS agents to report and flag that transaction as a CTR, so that this is a currency transaction, so that it goes back into the ecosystem for the for the monitoring organization to know that, hey, cash has happened here. If something goes and is suspicious, you can even demand as an agent that I need your ID, I need something from you to recognize that you are eligible for this transaction. These are some of the ways, and there's some of the ways, and there's a lot of awareness and advocacy that has to go into this, while not trying to prevent legitimate commerce from going on. Because we go to our markets, Nigeria is a very heavily cash-based society, and until we fully transit into a full digital economy, we will not be able to fully cover. As far as there is cash, there is an opportunity, there is a loophole. But how do we just slow down cash and reduce the volume of cash transactions? Once we're able to do that, then we can always trace every fund that gets moved.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, again, talking about advocacy, we also know that, like one of our former presidents once said, that if a protest go on in a street for more than 48 hours, some people's hand must be involved. And we know that a lot of people are complicit in this trade, whether they are security agents or some of them even people who are working in the corporate sectors, especially the financial services sector. These are motivations. How damaging is illicit financial flow to an economy, so that people who may be ignorant and participating will be better educated this morning?
It's extremely damaging. I mentioned a little bit before that Nigeria today is on the gray list. So for better understanding, that there is a white list, meaning that you can trade with these countries. There are gray lists, means that you have to be careful when you are trading with these countries. And there's blacklist, that countries you don't trade with, because there's so much terrorism going on, there's so much illicit flows going on in those countries. Because Nigeria is on the gray list, we are making certain investors who would have normally traded with Nigeria, who would have normally put money in Nigeria, to be chased away. So it's pure economic sabotage when we keep allowing these funds to flow in. It damages the lot of the common man on the street eventually. It damages the reputation of the economy. When we travel from place to place, there are countries that you go today that when you take your debit card and you want to use it in those countries, it will not hold, it will not work. Why? Because Nigeria is on the gray list and they are seen as a destination for illicit funds. There are places that you go today where, because of your green passport, you are subject to several scrutinization just because you come from Nigeria. All these things are damaging to the economy, to the rationale, to the people, to the prospect and the development of the nation that we are in. So it's really important for us to make sure that we stop it at the gate. We're not just allowing them to come in and then trying to investigate and capture those transactions and return the funds. Most important thing is to stop it from happening in the first place. That when they are coming in through crypto, through whichever way, we are blocking those transactions from happening. That the banks, the financial institutions are responsible to say, no, I'm not going to allow this transaction to flow because there is a suspicion. We should not allow the need for gain or to override national interest as we do our business as financial institutions.
Okay. How can adoption of technology like blockchain and artificial intelligence help to reduce the risk and danger of this illicit financial flow?
Yes, a number of organizations, including ours, have implemented artificial intelligence for fraud detection across the whole of our ecosystem. Today, when you are trying to do a transaction, we're able to stop that transaction to say, are you sure you want to do this transaction? Are you sure that the destination of this transaction is somebody that you really want to move for? We have noticed, for instance, that this destination has been flagged before by several agencies as a place or as a destination account for fraudulent activities. Are you sure you want to make this happen? Now, authorize this with your face and things like that. So AI can go a long way to just trace and identify both real-time and post-mortem places and accounts that are fraudulent. In the same way, blockchain gives that non-repudiation, where you can trace every single transaction, and you cannot reverse the transaction. You cannot take it back. The digital record exists and exists permanently, and it exists not in a central location, but it's decentralized. So you cannot go and delete it in several places. So that helps to implementation of blockchain technologies can help to make sure that financial activities are traceable, they are trackable, they can be investigated, they can be audited. And I know that some of the new systems that are being built for the National Central Switchboard for Nigeria are embracing some of these technologies so that going forward would have traceable financial transactions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Datun Adekunle. Now, the Bureau de Change, the BDCs, have been fingered in some way to, been sponsoring terrorism sometime in Nigeria. And the United States of America, sanctioned about 6 Nigerians in the United Arab Emirates for setting up cells and raising funds through the BDCs to sponsor terrorism. Do you think the financial regulatory authorities have the wherewithal to monitor this through the BDCs to detect the flow of funds and for what purpose it's being used for?
The challenge that we have with the BDCs today is that they are not digital. The BDCs operate a manual process where they have the license to buy FX and to trade in FX, and that those things, because things are not digital, they can happen off the record, and so it becomes easy for them to, some of them who have been licensed, to then get funds legally, or then trade it illegally, and then use it to finance terrorism and things like that. So the new framework, we've seen that a number of BDC licenses were withdrawn in the last 1 to 2 years. I think that the CBN needs to, and the other regulators needs to go to a point where basically all BDCs need to be re-licensed and have to do things in a digital manner so that it is trackable and we know who you are sending funds to. Today, people just write anything. I mean, you go to a BDC and you want to buy FX, you just write your name. You could have written any name, you can have written any, you can place any ID card. That is just a big loophole that allows a lot of things to go on that are untrackable and undetected. And until we correct that anomaly, the menace will continue. The BDCs have to be restructured. There has to be an electronic method to make sure that these things are done. I know CBN has done something about having something around an eBDC before now, but I've not seen that, has not really seen the light of day. And with the number of licenses, I think the number of licenses of BDCs are also too much, and that needs to be restricted to a more the same, because they are financial institutions in some vein. The same kind of regulatory oversight that is given to banks and other fintechs, MMOs, PSBs, that same level of regulatory oversight needs to be put on the BDCs. Today, it's not there, and it needs to change.
When we talk about illicit financial flows, most of it comes from illicit trade. Now, are there sectors of the Nigerian economy that are more exposed, more prone for illicit financial flows to happen there? Let's take a look at the mining sector in Nigeria, which is not as organized as it should be. And there's a lot of artisanal mining ongoing there. Could that be one area to point such light on and really look at the activities there? And are there other sectors of the economy that we need to do same for?
I mean, you're spot on. Wherever there is disorganization and there is chaos, there is opportunity for illegal transactions to go on there. And the mining sector and solid mineral sector as a whole has been one area that has been fingered for this. Today, the way we have the oil sector very regulated, we have the core financial sector very regulated. We do not have the solid mineral sector very regulated. And we have pockets of mining companies, mining agencies who are tapping into our solid minerals and cutting away with them or trading these minerals without proper documentation, without proper alignment. And all of these are happening all around different sectors or different places within Nigeria. Again, I know that this administration has been making some effort to try and organize and bring this into some kind of framework. But I think that it is still too slow, in my opinion. and that a whole lot of work needs to be done to accelerate the onboarding of all these mining agencies, and to create a framework additionally for things to be reported, so that the government can be aware of what is going on in several places within the sector. But yes, the mining sector is an area that they fingered for allowing a lot of these activities to go on.
If you were to be made the CBN governor today, in specific terms, what things will you have put in place to ensure that this illicit trade ends?
I wish I was CBN governor, but I think that there are a number of things that needs to be considered. Number one will be to strengthen regulatory framework, and that strengthening regulatory framework will involve that there is interagency cooperation. So the CBN, the EFCC, the NFI, the FIRS, the Security and Exchange Commission, all these agencies have to be able to work together, have committees that are agency agnostic, that are able to deal with these issues. Part of the problem for Nigeria is that one agency is chasing it, another agency is chasing from another angle, and these bad actors know that there is no collaboration, and that's why these things have prolonged. Number two is to enhance or strengthen our financial surveillance. KYC and CDD, KYC and customer due diligence has to be strengthened across all financial transactions. We'll be strengthening your customer, we improve reporting systems, and we monitor crypto transactions. Number three will be in the area of combating trade-based money laundering. The customs has to be involved in knowing what is happening, and then we tighten cross-border cooperation, or we improve cross-border cooperation, so that when monies are moving across the border from country to country, we're knowing exactly what is going on, what is the purpose of the transaction, which agency here and which agency there is receiving the funds, which businesses are they qualified businesses. So intergovernment collaboration is also very important. Of course, we already discussed today that the CBN has to push that we have to leverage technology and fintech solutions. Blockchain has to be embraced, crypto has to be embraced and licensed, AI has to be used, digital identity systems have to be strengthened. The BVN and NIN have gone a long way, but I think it should still be further strengthened, and it should become the de facto method for any financial account to be opened. That means we know your identity before you can do anything. That's why you have in the other countries, other jurisdictions, you can't get away scot-free with any illicit activity, because you are tracked. Everything is tracked, and BVN and NIN stand as a basis for that. Then finally is the advocacy that we talked about. The CBN has to do a lot of work in the advocacy by doing, the National Orientation Agency doing a lot of work on what is Yahoo Yahoo, what is all those other activities, our funds getting in illegally, our funds going out illegally, what are these things that are happening? Let the common man on the street understand the nature of these things. And these are some of the things that I feel that I will do if I was a CBN governor too.
All right, just to follow up on that, you talked about knowing the identity of those who are account holders on different platforms. Now, whether it's fintech or it's the conventional bank, we've seen a trend where for some digital platforms, all you need to open an account with them is your phone number. Any name can be given. You see very funny names on some digital platforms. I would not want to mention their names. Now, ordinarily, because the name, national identity number, is attached to phone numbers, that should be enough security. But we'll also see a situation where some names are mismatched with the SIM numbers. So how does that guarantee security when the know your customer procedure is not fully followed?
Once there's a failure at the point of entry, at the point of onboarding, it opens up a lot of risks for that account. It can be used for anything. And so in the past, the CBN's regulation had allowed that just with a name and a number, you could open an account. So that was by regulation. But then over the years, while financial inclusion grew and grew at the rate at which CBN wanted it to go, so also fraud grew. And that loophole of just your name and your number being the requirement became something that was no longer feasible. And it became important, therefore, that the only point of entry onboarding should be your NIN or BVN. Today, that is now a regulation. For some organization, we've gone a step further to mention that even for tier 1 accounts, you have to have an NIN or BVN before you can start. But coming to your second question is that now that depends on the authenticity, on the security of the NIN and BVN databases. Because if you then register with a NIN, that NIN can be maybe subject to security breaches, then it opens up the door. So I think that the digital assets of the NIN and BVN, digital identity assets of the NIN and BVN needs to be protected further and strengthened in such a way that there are no duplicates, and that there is no way that anybody can use those things without the consent of the owner. I know for the BVN, the NIBS introduced something called I Agree last year or 2 years ago, where even if your BVN is going to be used by somebody else to register on the platform, there has to be an OTP or some kind of authentication that has to come to the original holder, who then has to enter that OTP before that BVN or NIN can be used to open an account. What we have done in my organization is to go a step further to say that NIN or BVN, even though you get an OTP that comes to you and you authenticate that OTP, we still want to use your facial verification. So we're checking the image that is provided by the NIN or BVN, and we're comparing with the live image that you have today as you take a picture of yourself. If the face does not match, you cannot be onboarded. And CBN needs to then put that as a law so that all organizations follow the same standard, and then we should be on a good ground.
All right, thank you very much. Now, let me cast your mind back a little bit. During the cash redesign policy, we saw how the CBN that served as the regulatory authority for the banks, the commercial banks, sort of lacked the muscle to really hold the banks to the laws and to the rules concerning cash disposal during that period in time. Most of the commercial banks flouted the CBN authority with regards to instructions on how to give out cash. Do you think we have moved away from that platform where the commercial banks now are really, under the supervisory authority and the regulatory powers of the CBN, where its instructions are carried out without any form of defiance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I mentioned and I hinted at the beginning that you will see that the current CBN administration has been much tougher on compliance and regulations than previous administrations. The amount of penalties that a lot of banks and fintechs have suffered in the last 1 to 2 years have been significantly higher than the amount they will get before. So these have become deterrents to financial institutions to not comply with any directive or any guideline or any framework that has come from the CBN. I also think that when regulations and guidelines are put out, it's important that the institutions are also able to carry out those guidelines or enforce those guidelines, because sometimes when those instructions come, the banks themselves are not strong enough or do not have the power to enforce some of the things that have been directed by the CBN. And once they can't do that, you then see this flouting, because it's literally not possible to fulfill those rules. But I think that as a whole, between 2022 and now, there has been a lot of progress. There's more cash in the economy that has been printed. There's more digital awareness. COVID has helped us to be comfortable with digital transactions. And so the new policies and guidelines are coming out. People are more empowered, organizations are more empowered to fulfill these rules without having to get into being penalized by the CBN. But the CBN is stronger. This current CBN is stronger than it used to be.
All right, so on the path of the general public, what are some things they should know, some tips you would like to give? Because when financial crimes is being investigated, you find people who have become complicit, sometimes unknowingly.
Yes, so I think that the first thing is that if you get an inflow into your account that you were not expecting, that you were not anticipating, the first thing is that make sure that you report.
Secondly, is that where your account is to be, you should be careful of who you are transferring to, where you have to do any transactions that are going out of your account, because you can become complicit if you send transactions to an unknown number. Where you get calls or unsolicited messages from purported persons representing your organization, you need to double check and be sure that that is really coming from those organizations. Go through the regular channels and don't fall for the greed that is purported in investment scams or investment schemes that are promising you will earn so much interest by joining this scheme. Once you take these things, and don't share your personal identifying information with anybody for any reason, no matter what. If you take these steps and keep them to heart, I'm sure that most Nigerians will be fine. Okay, finally from my side, do you think that we have enough deterrence in the system to actually deter people from participating? And recently too, we also saw moving on the social media, people accusing some certain banks in Nigeria opening accounts for them without their notice. How do we check all of this and ensure that people take consequences for those bad behaviors? Yeah, so what you have is that, first of all, sometimes on social media, what you have is not as sometimes not as truthful as it appears to be, and needs to be double checked to ensure that that is truly the case. In cases where this information is correct, the deterrence and penalties that have been specified by the regulatory authorities are quite strong enough. When investigated, anyone found guilty in any way will go ahead and face the penalties of their actions. Thirdly, is that we need to strengthen our national identity databases. We've had cases of authenticated BVNs and NINs that do not belong to the real person that is purported by the BVN or the NIN. So there are those cases, but I know that the authorities are also on this, trying to make sure that the loophole of onboarding people into the BVN ecosystem or to the NIN system are also watertight to make sure that you don't have the wrong people coming.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Adekunle, who has a strong background with having worked with digital payment gateways and payment platforms. There is a fintech expert bringing all his knowledge and expertise to bear, as we've discussed, tackling illicit financial flows in Nigeria. We thank you so much for the wonderful insights you provided on the conversation today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, from here, we will move over to Lagos Land Use Charge. What do you know about it? Are you a property owner? Find out more on this after the break.
Unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces
are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or lease.
Growing class, the properties such as office space are tied due to global. In Lagos, commendable through this industry.
Become earners, definitely. We just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring Souq, to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have a mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property, you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is. So government is already doing something like that.
Over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for Souq News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Property.
It's still the front burners, and we're not done with policy discuss. We have another policy to look at, and that is the land use charge of Lagos State. Now, for the year 2025, the Lagos State government has released the land use charge bill, offering property owners a 15% discount for payments made within 30 days of receipt. Now, the announcement was made by the Commissioner for Finance, Abayomi Oluyemi, in a statement on the state government's official website on Sunday. How does this affect property owners? Is it a relief for them that there is a 15% discount for those who will pay up early? And what is the land use charge for? What is the government's reciprocal role for property towards property owners if they are paying property tax? What then should the government do to benefit them and by extension benefit residents of Lagos who occupy these properties? Talking to us about this today is Otumba Gbemi, who is a property developer, and we're joined also by a legal practitioner as we look at this today. Thank you for joining, Otumba Gbemi.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice having me on.
It looks a busy day for you as you're on the move.
Oh yeah, this is Lagos. We have to be on the move all the time.
time. So.
Okay, so let's see if we can have the conversation. Property, the Lagos Land Use Charge 2025 offers 15% discount. Are you relieved by that as a property developer?
Yes, it is a relief, and I think it is also it is an action that shows that the government is also responding to the hardship, that property owners are actually going through. In fact, I can say this is just another form of subsidy, indirect subsidy to alleviate, the hardship in the economy. And then also Lagos State, known for effective revenue collection, actually do not want, a lot of people to default. So it's a win-win thing. We're giving you 15% if you can pay within this window, so that at least so many property owners can take advantage of that. So it's good news. And then for me also, it also shows a responsive government, so that is just what has happened. How else will the government be able to respond to the hardship and, to alleviate, some of the difficulties, that people are going through. So it's a welcome initiative.
Just been informed now that Victor Jibino Esquire, who is a legal practitioner, Lagos lawyer, and a property consultant, has joined so we can have a full conversation looking at all sides. Thank you for joining, Victor Jibino Esquire. All right, so we just had the property developer respond. He says it's a relief for property owners, the 15% discount. But let's get to understand what the land use charge is and how it came to be, particularly in Lagos State. And could you please unmute your device?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. So, land use charge. Now, the land use charge is a tax that is usually levied on landed properties in Lagos State. So that's basically what the land use charge is.
What's this used for? And what is the implication for those who are not complying? If you can also give us an understanding of the compliance rate in Lagos State.
Well, there are penalties for defaults in paying the land use charge, just as much as there are also, will I say, benefits or considerations for those who pay their land use charge as at when due. Like I know, there's usually this form of benefits given to those who can pay their land use charge within 15 days, of the demand for the payment of the land use charge. They give a discount, so to speak, the form of a discount for those who can pay within 15 days after making the demand for the payment of the land use charge. Of course, where there is a default in paying this land use charge, the authority in charge of collection usually goes to this property where they are situated and puts a sticker sign showing that that property is should be locked. It should be sealed. There's usually this seal that is usually attached or affixed on the property that is currently in default of paying this land use charge, showing that this property should be under seal, should not be opened or should be in use. So,
Very much, Barrister Jubono. But first of all, let me direct my question to Otumba Gbemi, who is the developer and one who is really actively in the sector of real estate. Otumba Gbemi, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Now, as a developer, this is Lagos, and somehow we all know some of the issues and challenges we face when we are as developers or as a private person who is building his or her house. What are some of the challenges you face as a developer, either within an estate trying to build or develop a property or outside just on the main street? What are the challenges you encounter and how have you been able to surmount them?
Well, like everyone in Lagos and in Nigeria, we must find alternatives. Of course, cost has always been the issue. I mean, particularly in the last, 2 years, cost of building materials have gone up by over 500%. So that is the greatest challenge. And that is why if you notice the buildings coming up in Lagos now, nobody is building 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom anymore. Most of the buildings now, it's either a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and that's why you're having terraces so that you can have more apartments or flats in one building. So it's clearly reflective of the kind of structures that we're having, and of course that also creates another problem where substandard buildings are also coming up, and I think the state has to really have a strong task force, because if people continue to erect substandard buildings now, in another 5-10 years, that is when the collapse, of those structures, will start happening. So it has to be looked into now because of the cost. In fact, as I speak to you now, it is so dangerous now for you to use, rods that are just manufactured in Nigeria or even imported, because they are substandard. Now we have discovered that iron rods that are meant to be 12 mm, they are now being reduced to 9 mm. And for people who don't know, that's going to be a serious problem. So so government also need to really enforcement and supervision or whatever really needs to come into the system.
Very much. Now, the reason why I asked that question is so that you can point out some of this with regards to substandard materials and how the Lagos state government should come into the picture in carrying out regulatory activities. However, before I let you go, what about the challenges? Do you have challenges with the Omoniles and how you have been able to overcome that, so that Barrister Jubono can equally tell us the role that Lagos state government is playing concerning the Omoniles and the roles they play in there?
I think we've gone past that. Now at least we know how to manage them. Most of them are also more, more knowledgeable now. So it's not like how it used to be, because now as a developer, then we already bring them on board and then do all the needful. So that is no longer much of an issue now, if you really know where you are entering, and then the right people in the family to deal with. So that's just what I did say.
Okay. Look at the legal side of this now, in the way that Barrister Juvenile, in the way that the property tax, or in this case the land use charge, is calculated. What are the considerations in assessing how much a building gets to pay, or a property owner gets to pay for a particular property? It seems like Victor Jubino Esquire needs a bit of time. We'll give him some time so he can respond to the question. But in the meantime, looking at the property tax, let me take this now to Otumba Gbemi. Now, when you are charged for land use, have there been any instance where you disagree with the charge on your property? How do you think the assessment is done?
Well, every now and then we disagree. That's the truth, because how do you actually value, my property? How do I believe in your valuation? So we need, how do I agree with your valuation? So there's always, those negotiations that actually also go on and all that. But it's something that if you have been in the system for long, then we always know how to manage that, because you need to manage your expectation, and Lagos State has also been robust enough. There are more professionals, and then the system is open for dialogue, assessment, and then there's a face to everything, so we've been able to manage it.
Hope that Victor Jubiner is ready. Could you please respond to that? The assessment of the land use charge. How do you think it's done? Hello. Okay. Perhaps there's some internet challenge there from the end of Victor Jubino Esquire. We would get him back on the conversation when that is resolved. Okay. But what do you expect as a property developer, Gbemi Otumba, if you are paying the land use charge, if you are paying every tax that comes for owning a property? Are there areas you expect the government to come in to provide some form of support to the developers?
Well, that is where the challenge and sometimes the frustration actually comes in for developers, whereby we create the roads, we do the drainages, we put on the solar lights, we do everything, do the water system. So, and then when you are now done, the government comes in to collect tax, for a property that, no infrastructure has come from the government. Landlord association has to, contribute for years, trying to do the roads, do everything, provide their security. We do everything. So, and the essence of paying tax is for government to be able to provide this basic infrastructure. The way it's done in a more civil climate, it's, the basic road to, to access your property is provided by the government. Security is provided in the county or in the area. So, but we're not there yet here. It's not happening. And we have not seen much of government's interest to move in that direction. I know that Lagos State, try to do some of those kind of things when they open up certain areas. They just do the road and at least to open up the area. But when it comes to each of the streets or estates, or then is left to the landowners to do. So that is the part that is not complete, because we are not seeing the government actually do, all of those, or provide those infrastructures that should be basic infrastructure, that should be, even in terms of electricity. The estate will buy their own transformer, buy, the electric poles, run the cable. I mean, all this, and at the end of the day, you have your property is being valued based on the amount you have invested, not the amount that the government has invested. So all the area that we live now, government has not done anything. But when they want to value, they value it based on what you have invested and then tax you on it. So there's a serious dichotomy in that regard that, morally, the government should look into.
Thank you so very much. I was going to ask that moral question. How moral is a land use charge? When, of course, you have to pay government certificate of occupancy, or if you are doing a deed of assignment, you have to pay money to the state government. And then, of course, the infrastructure that you need to connect those places, government does not add any value to it. Your property does not receive any value from the government. And then they come back and ask you for land use charge, which you do annually. What's the level of engagement between property developers and government authority to actually address this moral dilemma?
Yes, we've been engaging government, but again, the government looks at it as tax. Yes, you have to tax every building, you have to tax every property in the state. So yes, legally, that is the right thing. But again, the moral side of it, what did you do? How much of government investment went into such areas, such locality, to be able to, although the explanation of the government is also that, yes, the land use charge also is graded. It's not the same percentage for those in Ikoyi and VI. So areas are graded so that you are not paying the same valuation. If you have the same property in Ikoyi and then you have another one in Aja, so that is the way they have done that, to say, okay, it's not like a flat rate sort of. So so that's the only explanation in that regard that they've done. But the moral issue is the fact that the government should actually provide basic at the beginning, because that is the most difficult stage. And then you go to so many areas, there's no electricity. People have been living there for decades, no road, and then by the time developers move into such areas, do sand filling, do road, do everything, and then they can now see an estate, then they come with a tax. So we'll continue to
All right.
engage them.
Thank you very much. Because while I was looking at the report that spoke extensively about the land use charge, the reduction, 15% for developers, some of the things that it was meant to use for, you have rightly mentioned, for infrastructure, the building of schools, the building of hospitals, providing pipe-borne water. Now, in the absence of the government doing this, is there a platform where both the government and the developers come to the table to discuss each other's responsibility and how both parties are responsible to play their roles effectively so that we can have a smooth running of business? Is there a platform for that purpose?
Yes, there is. There is. And, there are also programs every year that, bring developers, with the government, rub minds, raise all these issues, there's a good rapport, open programs for that. But um, when do we see a positive change in that direction? So that is the only question. Or when will the government be able to own up and say, okay, if we have not provided you, basic infrastructure, maybe for so years, you will not be asked to pay, so all those kind of things are what we expect from the government.
Okay. Looking at the charges, you say, of course, it's graded for locations. Does it have any significant effect on rent and property sales at all in Lagos?
Oh, yes, it does. Because the property owner is going to build that into its own cost. And then, so at the end of it, it's still going to be passed down to the tenants. That is it.
We're billing the tenants and those who are buying.
And that is why the cost of rent keeps going up. Till now, the cost of house rent keeps going up. Why? Because the cost of building materials keep going up, and then and based on it, you still want to pay your tax and provide basic infrastructures, So that is where the problem is.
There's a provision in the land use charge that exempts retirees from this land payment of the land use charge. Is that actually implemented? And how do retirees who own properties go about to actually show that they are retirees to benefit from this exemption clause?
Well, that one might be easier for civil servants. But for a man who is a private business owner, how do you want to determine when he becomes a retiree? Who keeps the data? The state doesn't have the data of, business owners for you to know, at what point do they become retirees? So, but for civil servant, yes, it's easier for them to know, okay, the man retires at 65, and then, okay, he's out of service, and then he can probably apply for that. But I'm sure most people are not even aware of this.
Okay, so going forward, what would you ask that the government should do to ensure that, fine, you have good rapport with the government, property owners and the government have good rapport, but some of those discussions, how would you want the government to approach it so it doesn't end at the level of just having a good rapport?
Yeah, it's just to continue, like the 15%, discount. Like I said earlier, yeah, it shows a responsive government knowing that, yeah, things are really tough for now. So it's just for the government to look into that direction and then know how to bring Souq to, property owners, which will also impact on property development. And, in Lagos alone, whether there's a housing deficit for over 10,000 or maybe millions of people, we are short of basic, housing for residents in Lagos, because this is where, so many people troop into every day. So the demand for housing in Lagos is always on the rise. And if the government makes it easier for developers, to be able to put up structures and then support them, it will help, because government cannot do everything. It's not possible. Government cannot build all the houses that, people will need. It's not possible. So it's still the private developers that can aid and support government in that drive.
Okay, Mr. Dr. Agbemi, look at it from this angle as a developer. We also saw that in other climes, people are actually building vertically now. And here in Nigeria, especially in Lagos, where we have a very limited land mass, we're still doing a horizontal development. And we're not thinking about population increase in a few years to come. We will be about 450 million by the year 2030 as is being proposed. Is there any plan to see how we can actually begin to develop vertically rather than this CFO giving to 60 by 100 plot of land?
The major problem is electricity. Funny enough, how do you want to build high rises if there is no constant power supply that is affordable? Currently, those who are on Band A in Banana Island, in fact, there is a story of a man who visited his friend in Banana Island. This happened just late last year. In Banana Island, the man could not use his AC during the day because of the cost. Because if you have an apartment in Banana Island and you want to really use light 24/7, then every month you'll be paying close to ₦1 million on electricity alone. Come on. So it's the cost of electricity must come down. It must be affordable. Then it must be constant before you can start erecting residential houses, on high-rise buildings. Because do you want to be running on generator? Because when you're on a high-rise, there must be light 24/7. Somebody is using the lift. Safety is key. So if electricity is not solved, that is the greatest challenge. It is cheaper for people to build vertically. And that is why all the Ikoyi, properties, they are all on high rise, because that's the only way they can actually make more money. So it's cheaper for you to put a 21-story building on one plot of land than to put 4 flats or put, just so. But without electricity being made available and affordable, that we cannot move into that. And Lagos.
All right, finally, as a wrap up, you just talked about making more money. Now, we understand that building materials are expensive, and then the property owners also have tax to pay and provide some infrastructure. But do you think that the houses in Lagos, some of them are overpriced? Recently, there's been like some review of the houses in Lagos, and online, it is said that some of these houses are overpriced. Do you agree with that?
Well, it's about simple law of demand and supply. Like in any capitalist economy, you price your item, product, services based on demand. If the demand is high, the price is high. So if you overprice your property and nobody is able to afford it, or it's there for years and nobody's going to tell you to bring down the price. So that is a free economy, capitalist economy. So you want to maximize, value or sales or profit on whatever you have. And if people patronize you or can afford it or can pay for it, nobody's going to arrest anybody. So because there are cheaper properties that you can also go and buy. Nobody's forcing you to buy the one that is expensive. So it's a free economy.
Lagos State was recommending monthly payment system rather than the annual or even twice a year, the annual or 2 years, 3 years payment that some developers, some landlords are currently demanding. What's your take on that? Is this feasible?
That is going to be a challenge also, because developers, they have invested millions of naira to put up a structure. Prices are going up. Value of naira is coming down. So you want to, as much as possible, collect what you can collect on time. And then also the fact that we don't have a good credit system. This idea is only going to be possible when we have a good credit system where workers, people can easily, have a system of payment. Because will I be calling my tenant every month and say, you have not paid for last month, you have not paid? Who is going to, you can't even go through that. Even the one that is annual, you still have to chase tenants. Sometimes you have to write your lawyer will write letters before they pay, even when they are corporate clients. Even in VIA, even in Ikoyi, for them to pay. We don't have a good payment system. So that is going to be a challenge. But I believe if the government actually is able to put in place a good credit system for the citizens, where it's easy for people to get ahead, then that is going to be possible and easier to do, because it's just for you to instruct your bank and say, hey, pay every month, all these kind of things, and then you settle. So that is what I think can make that possible.
Thank you so much, Otumba, for making time out, regardless of your busy schedule, to be part of the front burners today.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure always.
And this is where we wrap Policy Discuss. Let's take a break and return to read your messages on Posts and Perspectives with Swift Aderinto. Stay tuned.
Onyx sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment. Latif Jakonde. Born Latif Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 13,000.
Welcome back to Post and Perspectives. Basically, the segment of the show is to take your comments because everything you say matters to us. And of course, on the flip side about it, sometimes we analyze your comments with our three star powers on the table of the front burners. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's jump right into it. So the first topic we are talking about is banks begin enforcement of the 100 Naira ATM withdrawal fee. And the first person we have is Dr. Mary. And Dr. Mary says, and people are not filling the streets with placards? Is this jazz or people are just docile or helpless? I think Dr. Mary, she likes the whole, agree, people should ginger. It doesn't work like that, doctor. And the next person is Drag, and Drag says, this is better for the liberation of the masses from fraudulent bank managers and their POS agents who have rendered useless the ATM systems. Talking about rendering useless the ATM systems, Blessing was very passionate about this ATM and POS people. Is it true that the ATMs not working in banks have rendered the POSs working, have rendered the ATMs not working in banks useless, and this 100 Naira fee and 500 Naira if it's another bank is a good idea?
Now, if you ask me if it's true, I'll ask you, have you gone to the ATM? How many times have you been to the ATMs and you found cash? Have you experienced a situation where there's a POS operator standing by at the ATM just waiting for you to go try your luck and then say, you want to use POS? So that answers your question. The truth of the matter is that we cannot overlook the issues in the banking system. There seems to be some complicity.
Yes.
Now, when people say the POS operators are also the bank officials themselves, it looks like, well, there could be some elements of truth in this because of the way the POS people always have cash, and then the ATMs don't have cash. Now, look at what has happened. The reverse is the case now. So there's a new policy where there's a 100 Naira charge for withdrawals, and then the ATMs now have cash. Where did that cash come from? Wow. But for the person who was talking about people protesting, well, I don't think we want to have the same situation as we had during the Naira scarcity.
Yes.
Now, to forestall that, it would be a responsibility for the CBN to talk to Nigerians. Let them know why you are charging what you are charging.
True.
Is this a temporary measure? Are you targeting something? Now, is there a way that we can have these charges reduced? Because you're saying for off-site ATMs, you're going to charge as high as 500 Naira for withdrawals. That is astronomical. That is unbelievable. Why am I paying so much for my money?
True.
So I think that the CBN can do a whole lot at this point to douse whatever tension that is beginning to generate, because that is the bank's aspect now.
Yes.
We've not seen how much the POS operators are going to be charging for transaction. It will be unfair to people who lodge their monies without being paid for lodging their monies to pay so much withdrawing it at the end of the day.
Brilliantly said, as usual. Blessing. The next person is from Mr. Dean, and still on the bank's 100 Naira ATM charge. And Dean says, with the policy, I think they are trying to fight the tech banks like Money Point, OPay, Pamplay, and the rest that do not have ATMs, but instead POSs. I see how much commercial banks are fighting those tech companies. Now he's coming from somewhere else. Doctor, let me put you on there. Someone is feeling that this is an intentional way of the traditional banks to fight the new boys on the block, the Money Points and the OPays, since they don't have ATM machines and really physical banks. Instead, they give out POSs to entrepreneurs. What's your take on this, sir?
I don't think it's that. If it's anything, it's actually encouraging the POS to be much more profitable, because if you are charging me 500 Naira to go do transaction on off-site ATM, I prefer to pay 200 Naira to do it on POS. So I don't think that is the real idea. I just feel that CBN need to really sit down to look at what exactly is the problem they want to solve. So you don't create more problem trying to solve one.
I really like that. The next topic that was, properly treated has to do with FG sets 2 weeks work rule for contractor. Fantastic. And of course, this one is from Sam, and Sam say, yeah, it makes sense to ensure work actually starts before disbursing funds, but it could also slow down cash flow for contractors who rely on the initial payment to mobilize properly. It is a double-edged sword. Talking about double-edged swords, Priya, you're on my hot seat today. What's your take?
Okay, it's good. The 2 weeks is good. However, I think the best bet is the APG and the performance bond that the Honorable Minister has said earlier on. And it will be better if we, members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, speak to the executive arm of government to review the Procurement Act, so that we can make sure that whilst we are holding the contractors to carry out their responsibility, the approving authorities themselves are responsible in their own part, so that both parties could have a go to make sure that whatever projects we have on ground is executed properly.
Thank you so much, Priya. You always speak my mind. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all I can take. Please, if your messages were not taken, I apologize. I'll do better tomorrow. But of course, I'm not just about to run away and leave you. I'm going to be handing you over to the man who will tell you everything you need to know about sports. I call him Honorable Chooks. My name is still Swift Aderato. See you at the other side.
Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to your show. This is Souq Sports, and this is still the front burners. You've had a beautiful time. They've taken you around the world and gotten some money and tell you not to hide it. But it's all good. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and let's talk about money in sports. Now, for those wondering, people are taking over, clubs are taking over, and conglomerates are buying themselves up. CVC has readied, listen to it, 1 billion. Yes, you heard me. 1 full billion. Capital partners are in the front in all the competition, and they are hitting people down. And now they are ahead in the competition to buy out Miami Open and Madrid Open. These are the top men's and women tennis tournament, and that is being sold for around $1 billion. Endeavor is opening that gate and dropping every single thing out. Still talking about sponsorship. Bitpanda, yes, you heard me. Austrian cryptocurrency trading platform, Bitpanda. They are in advanced discussion on sponsorship with the ATP, still on tennis. So very soon you will see Bitpanda on your boards, on your bills, and on the sleeves. Congratulations in advance. Now let's go to the media. What's happening in the media? CW Network are tweaking their programs a bit. Now you get to see more of sport-adjacent content on CW. They project 40% of network programming in 2025. Now everybody is used to seeing them doing drama and the likes. But now they are looking for affordable rights and shifting the image of script drama broadcasting. Congratulations to them. There is money in sports and everybody's running in. Now let's get to where it is at the moment. FA Cup. Congratulations to everyone that has qualified for the quarterfinals. And to those that lost out in first round down to the fifth round, lick your wounds and try again next year. So now this is where it boils down. Quarterfinal winners are going home with £450,000. So for those clubs that came from the divisions, imagine they played the fifth round. That's good. Semi-final losers, we go home with £500,000. Semi-final winners, £1 million. Final runner-up, £1 million. And final winners, £2 million. That's a whole lot of money. Now, this is aside adverts, endorsement, and a whole lot that will come with the competition. So everyone is preparing, losing, winning. There is money to be made in sport. And for those that are watching from Africa, let's join the streaming platforms. There is a whole lot of business to be done there. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. We'll do this again tomorrow. Be good. Bye.
Oh yes, as Chooks John Rogers has said, we'll do this again tomorrow. Wednesday will be another time when the front burners come on live on Souq News TV. Be sure you are a part of it. You stand to benefit a lot of information and the chance to add your voice to any issue that will be discussed here on the show. I am Blessing AJ. Please stay tuned to Souq News TV for more wonderful programs, including news.
Ida Hosa Osama is my name. I think Chooks needs to manage me as a football star.
Okay.
I need to earn some pounds and live some very beautiful things.
As a coach or a player?
As a player, I think I'm not too old to play.
I think I need to find out from Chooks if we have on the 60, on the 70 scores in any part of the world.
It's good being here this morning. Follow us on our social media handles. It's still front bonus, and we will be here tomorrow to make your day. Do have a splendid time out there.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Blessing. I'm Oye Priya Krumale. Thanks for watching.
Here at Venue Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in his statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as this is on to be people, if you
Chairman with the
done the in the tax is to the and the fiscal will and they so well, and they deserve kudos. The chance to restructure FRA for accountability and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of the moving every well known as improve on simplifying tax reform even within administration.
The Nigeria's local and both
sure. But, as would if people have to agency to produce they have answer you remember the papers not come find man and
follow politics very much. Much of change errors uh, by your cost for list held up I think that's all politics just before they were all about was confidence in uh, where to you combination of situation think invite for and was well. But I don't have a bigger hit. Don't what I like. I have some study. She did, huh? Oh, graduate study study science. Information late uh, up to um, military and I was a uh, copper. I was at like I went to other to make I don't really think about change that young. If we could take Lloyd's lawyer like job can as to myself, each thought hand are they um that application hand hand are they there has and now choose matter with the election is pay the back cost whereby which judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges matters whose duty and so on. Court with the quite well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Of God
advantage. Like just means we have government. Look, it gets for union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards, whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was I think it is that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos under the Western region, people were not happy about that. Remember, my father was an NCNC people were really pleased. Neither were the that Lagos were everybody. Like you said, lots of people, different tribes, different backgrounds, school. I mean, related to chess. So it was to not to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. That Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position actually argued a lot by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, after that, that's what you called a minister for Lagos. Where one other person, I think it was Yaradua, Yaradua, but his father. Then later after that, when the ministry, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken. Lagos has a state, and as a state, it's still different tribes thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the, and it's just a question of it having good governance, moving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. we had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people who were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
say he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even though they are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you will ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we are still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the football federation not doing enough. But I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend, the best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafiaji, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to
build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We're capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police
to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country. We created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and provide a solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector. And you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE. that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. The root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. The electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPSC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinje, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work. because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yes. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10-15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially NDPAC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network, and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LLNG. I mean, LLNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, in you know, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, they exactly from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things, you need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. The poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and but the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Not only intelligent meters. so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered, and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What will the intelligent network, or what will it do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system, ain't no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business, and I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, I'll tell you.
I want to start from there. Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep us one of the platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30.
Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
What influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, that would see it in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that. That because unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? Or what they're doing, or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy nominated or Grammy winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for eons.
So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, Sure, you talked about all the big guys in music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who was a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on, you have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content, and and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to pay music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% going to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed.
Yeah.
Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough something gets done.
Yeah.
But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be open, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art. Focus on the business.
Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars. We need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It's not made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way. Me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year. right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers, the public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You have
Whatever
for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You have for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you've done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Niger boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa. We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide. And we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We're actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah,
and I saw it. I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs
or the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. What is a Nigerian award? What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Sharon is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa, right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora, people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us. Whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's crucial for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it, and not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira for the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included,
which is why it hurt me each time I say
that we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week. Because we extended, it wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board, we're talking AI. AI is being integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap. But technology and human innovation always sees that that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels, we're still on TV screens as we are doing today, but we're all watching here, more as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites, I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet, we're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up, right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there, that they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed
between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation. When you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, such as low self-esteem and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economy as a research assistant and was later appointed during that time. He also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934 in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Media News on Souq News TV. I am Blessing AG. Beginning with the headlines. Federal government to reward outstanding entrepreneurs with over 220 million naira in prizes. Nigeria unbacked agency launched $500 million fund for renewable energy. The federal government of Nigeria approves enrollment of Civil War veterans into pension payroll. Plus, Tinubu approves 11 new private universities, federal government to monitor mining with satellites. Line 4 State Creation Memoranda submission. In our details of the news, the federal government has announced plans to reward innovative and resilient entrepreneurs who have excelled in their endeavors with prizes worth over 220 million naira. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Job Creation and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Temitola Adekule Johnson, revealed this during a press briefing in Abuja to announce the 8th edition of the National MSMEs Award. He said beneficiaries will be rewarded with a house, shops, cars, and cash prizes as part of events to mark the 2025 MSMEs Week. Adekunle Johnson also revealed that a portal for registration and entries will be open for all Nigerian businesses to register from Friday this week, saying President Bola Tinubu's government is committed to putting smiles on the faces of Nigerians. The MSMEs Awards is designed to commemorate the 2024 United Nations World MSMEs Day as part of efforts to recognize and support outstanding small businesses in the country. The House of Representatives has extended a deadline for submitting memoranda on the creation of new states and local governments. The new deadline is now set for March 26, 2025, following public requests for more time to refine and resubmit proposals in line with constitutional requirements. A statement from House spokesperson Akin Rotimi confirms the extension, noting that proposals must meet strict criteria, including two-thirds majority support from elected representatives at all levels. The move follows an earlier announcement that 31 state creation requests had been received but did not meet constitutional thresholds. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu reiterated the House commitment to a transparent and constitutionally guided process. He assured Nigerians that the review would address legitimate aspirations while upholding democratic principles. Submissions must be sent in both hard and soft copies to the designated House committee. Away from that, Nigeria and the United Kingdom have once again made a commitment to enhance trade relations and drive economic growth through the implementation of Nigeria's National Quality Policy under the Standards Partnership Program (SSP) Phase 2. According to a statement issued by the British Deputy High Commission in Lagos, the SSP Phase 2 aims to eliminate technical trade barriers, improve regulatory compliance, and promote export competitiveness between both nations. Launched in June 2024, the program is a collaborative effort between the British Standards Institution and Nigeria's National Quality Council, supported by the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. The initiative focuses on building a robust quality infrastructure to improve standardization, accreditation, conformity, assessment, inspection, testing, and metrology services, all of which are essential to boosting trade capacity, attracting investment, and aligning with global standards. President Bola Tinubu has approved provisional licenses for 11 new private universities across Nigeria. The decision, announced after the Federal Executive Council (FEC) meeting, includes institutions such as New City University in Ogun, University of Fortune in Ondo, and Isaac Balami University of Aeronautics and Management in Lagos, among others. Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, reiterated the government's commitment to expanding educational opportunities despite concerns about the rapid increase in universities. In other news, the federal government has allocated 2.5 billion naira for the procurement of satellite monitoring devices at key mining sites nationwide. Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alaki, stated that the satellite would provide real-time surveillance of mining activities, enhancing security and transparency in the sector. He emphasized that illegal mining had led to significant revenue losses, making advanced monitoring a crucial step in protecting national resources. The monitoring system will be installed in strategic locations with a central control hub for real-time access to mining operations. Alaki noted that this initiative aligns with the government's broader efforts to regulate the sector and curb illicit activities. The investment is expected to strengthen oversight, improve revenue collection, and safeguard Nigeria's mineral assets. Nigeria and Sustainable Energy for All, C4All, a UN-backed agency, have set a $500 million target to finance distributed renewable energy projects, including solar home systems and mini-grids. Backed by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, NSIA, and the fund will be managed by Africa 50, an infrastructure investor under the African Development Bank, AFDB. The initiative aligns with the World Bank and AFDB's Mission 300 program, which aims to provide electricity to 300 million Africans by 2030 through utility reforms and private sector investments. Up ahead on the news, market capitalization increases by 94 billion naira. Details coming your way after this break. Please stay tuned.
keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark.
Thank you for staying tuned to the media news on Souq News TV. Moving on with stories from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where a recorded boost has taken place as Fidelity Bank PLC's listing of additional shares increased the market capitalization by 94 billion naira. This follows the conclusion of the bank's hybrid offer, which comprised a rights issue and a public offer that were both oversubscribed. A total of 18.2 billion naira ordinary shares of 50 kobo each were listed on the NGX daily official list, arising from the bank's recently concluded hybrid offer. The development also contributed to the overall market performance, as the all-share index ASI declined slightly by 0.34%, closing at 107,455.13 points. Despite a slight dip in the ASI, the stock market saw improved investor activity, with 129 equities trading, leading to 20 gainers and 35 losers. Nigerian Exchange Group tops the gainers chart with a 10% increase, closing at 33 naira per share, while Ikeja Hotel led the losers chart with 9.92% drop, closing at 10 naira 90 kobo per share. The federal government's debt to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) for petrol importation exchange rate differentials has risen to 7.74 trillion naira as of September 2024. This amount covers the cost of maintaining a fixed fuel price despite fluctuating exchange rates between June 2023 and September 2024. According to a report presented to the Federation Account Allocation Committee (FAC) in February, the government plans to settle the debt within 210 days. The document also reveals that despite President Bola Tinubu's declaration of subsidy removal in May 2023, the government has continued to shoulder fuel import costs. Analysts and financial institutions, including the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, argue that fuel subsidies were quietly reintroduced. Meanwhile, energy expert Wumi Ilidare questions why NNPCL is demanding refunds when it sells crude oil in foreign currency on behalf of the government and should be paying royalties instead. FAC members have also raised concerns over inconsistencies in NNPCL's revenue reporting, with Ogun State Accountant General Tunde Aregbesola highlighting discrepancies in remittances. The committee is currently reconciling financial records as some estimates suggest NNPCL may still be adjusting figures, potentially affecting the nation's overall financial outlook. The government is yet to finalize a resolution on the matter. In another development, after more than 4 decades of protest and petitions, the federal government has approved the enrollment of Nigerian Civil War veterans into the military pension payroll. The decision follows years of agitation from retired soldiers who fought on the Nigerian side, demanding equal treatment after their Biafran counterparts were granted pension rights. Chairman of the Board of Trustees, retired members of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Abiodun Duruwai Herbert, confirmed that 63 veterans have now been considered for pension benefits. He praised President Bola Tinubu and key military officials for their role in addressing the long-standing issue. Veterans have welcomed the development, urging authorities to expedite the verification process to ensure timely payments. The Lagos State government has unveiled the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitization program as part of its efforts to reduce malaria prevalence to below 1%. The initiative aims to accelerate malaria eradication through digital innovations, improved case management, and strengthened public-private partnerships. Speaking at a press briefing in Lagos, the State Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, highlighted that despite Lagos having a lower malaria burden compared to other states, it still records approximately 900,000 malaria cases annually. He noted that febrile illnesses presumed to be malaria account for over 50% of outpatient visits in public health facilities. The Commissioner described the program as a significant step towards eliminating malaria in the state, stressing that leveraging technology and collaborative efforts will enhance disease surveillance and response. Lagos State Internal Revenue Service (LIRS) has called on individual taxpayers to submit annual tax returns on or before March 31. In a statement signed by the LIRS Head Corporate Communications, Monsurat Amansa Oyeludi, the service said the directive is in accordance with the Personal Income Tax Act 2004 as amended. According to the law, individual taxpayers, including self-employed individuals, those in the formal sector, and employees under the pay-as-you-earn scheme, are required to file their annual tax returns on or before March 31, 2025. The executive chairman of LIRS, Mr. Ayodele Suber, in a statement also emphasized that under Section 41 of the Act, all taxable persons must submit a comprehensive return detailing their total income from all sources for the previous fiscal year to the relevant state tax authority within 90 days of the commencement of the new assessment year. Souq reiterated the importance of adhering to the deadline, urging taxpayers to fulfill their statutory obligations promptly to avoid penalties and other legal consequences. Let's take a break on the midday news. Up ahead after that, Ondo Governor approves recruitment of 1,000 teachers. Please stay tuned for details. Ondo State Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa has approved the recruitment of 1,000 secondary school teachers as part of efforts to address staff shortages in public schools. The hiring process conducted by the Teaching Service Commission (TESCOM) has been completed, with successful candidates set to begin documentation immediately. In addition, the governor is finalizing the employment of another 1,000 primary school teachers and also approved 633 million naira for students' senior secondary school certificate examination fees and upgrading Rufus Giwa Polytechnic to the University of Agriculture and Agribusiness. According to the statement by the governor's chief press secretary, Ebenezer Adenion, the recruitment aims to address vacancies, particularly in rural schools, to enhance education quality across the state. These initiatives underscore the administration's commitment to expanding learning opportunities and strengthening the education sector in Ondo State. Now talking pensions, National Pension Commission (PENCOM) has inaugurated the Pension Industry Non-Interest Advisory Committee to strengthen transparency, security and compliance in non-interest pension products. Speaking at the inauguration in Abuja, Director General of PENCOM, Omolara Oluwero, has emphasized that the move aligns with the Commission's commitment to innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability in pension administration. She stated that the initiative would ensure non-interest pension schemes adhere to global best practices while catering to individuals seeking financial solutions that align with their ethical and religious beliefs. She noted that the establishment of the advisory committee further highlights PENCOM's drive for financial inclusion, expanding the reach of non-interest pension products within the industry. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) has reduced the pump price of premium motor spirit (PMS) at its retail outlets to 860 naira per litre, aligning with the price set by Dangote Petroleum Refinery. This adjustment was observed at NNPCL stations in Lagos on Monday, down from the previous price of 945 naira per litre. Although there has been no official statement from NNPCL, independent marketers confirmed the price change, stating that it reflects ongoing market competition. The National Vice President of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Hamid Fashola, described the development as positive but warned against monopolistic tactics. The price adjustment follows Dangote Refinery's reduction of its ex-depot petrol price from 890 naira to 825 naira per litre last week. And in sports, Nigeria to host 13th ECOWAS wrestling tournament in Abuja. Let's take a break before bringing you details. Turning to the water sports, Nigeria will host the 13th ECOWAS African Wrestling Tournament in Abuja from March 6 to 8, 2025, as part of the 50th anniversary celebrations of the regional body. The event, set to take place at the Velodrome MKO Abiola National Stadium will feature top wrestlers from across West Africa in a collaboration between ECOWAS and the National Sports Commission, NSC. NSC Chairman Malam Shehu Diko assured that Nigeria would deliver a world-class tournament, emphasizing the nation's commitments to hospitality and international standards. Similarly, NSC Director General Honorable Bukola Olopade highlighted the country's readiness to showcase its organizational excellence on the regional stage. That wraps it up on the media news on Souq News TV. Many thanks for watching. We're live on all social media platforms at Souq News TV. There will be another bulletin at 3 p.m. and that will be the World News. Thank you for watching. I am Blessing AHA. Good afternoon.
Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting 2 divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita on the Astro also lead to more interaction pavement items like meters, farmer, in bodies fraud. Bad. Asset. Meaning laws. From health, risk,
The report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather. Growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
exposed and dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talent, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the book she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015 following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja. She became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, Souq News.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Directors, President and Board of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's the you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, we had a meeting with NBG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where we share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before me is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali Souq is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali Souq. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grandmom has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but an affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted, And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner, because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption, because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs, and we issued about 188 press releases. And also the commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms, and also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discuss it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also eliciting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what do not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that will be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira, and so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC which measure institutions adherence to ethical standards. We release the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have given it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonkosununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint taken for us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible and efficient in approaching all issues that are taken before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now recently we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area that we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in the office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in, and in one of the engagements is that last year in September we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I have the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shores of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover, or professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raise about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue. As a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that's going down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years, and before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provide that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. These are areas where there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement being raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too, because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But we know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities and other things that will be frustrated, because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of the National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best, and we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the process of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend millions in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They'll go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that, and we have recovered a lot. And even I will say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of it's not even law alone. There are politics, there are diplomacy. So it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us have an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I recommend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commit your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice, you can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee, comprises of course the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news, also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will follow your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. If you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, all these things. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issues, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think out of the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is certain things that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on patronizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house already, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are able to look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also for the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan,
from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Pega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it, and Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital, and Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments. and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for higher specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money into it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people, because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation, that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. And I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the mass, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God and the deities. As we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market. Whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important, like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well, that Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that's just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our assets. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a egusi for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq Exclusive. You know when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she has been publicist to renowned artists such as the late George Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about George Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Orlando Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK, and the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles, and I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Apega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, She worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him when I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s. He was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London, and during the MTV Awards everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist, George Michael was there, you had the Foo Fighters, you had Janet Jackson, you had different artists, but that day I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News. And he said, Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George, what a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy. Very shy.
Strange.
Yes. And you'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes. Oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel he's alive
still
again.
Alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in
Yes.
an interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this. It's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans, and the way she, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice, and we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Missan Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Epega, Harriman, Epega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Missan had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. and they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, you know, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you why you're here. But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events talking about having
so you've been.
Oh yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic,
yes,
that's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, oh, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food. Why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything,
Television, where we'll bring you to speed on global business, economy, and developmental stories. I am Grace Komolafe. Let's take you straight to Nairobi, where its NSE slips in Africa's return despite stable shillings. The Nairobi Security Exchange NSE has fallen behind other African markets in returns for foreign investors, despite Kenya's shilling maintaining stability. Analysts attribute the decline to subdued market activity and cautious investor sentiment amid economic uncertainties. While the stable shilling has provided some relief, foreign investors have shown preference for more dynamic African markets offering higher yields. The NSE's performance reflects broader challenges, including reduced liquidity and limited new listings. Market experts suggest policy adjustment and incentives to attract foreign capital and boost investors' confidence. Strengthening market fundamentals, they say, will be key to reversing the trend and positioning the NSE competitively in Africa. Similarly, Kenya's shilling remained stable earlier today as dollar inflows balanced importer demand, according to traders. The local currency showed no significant movement, maintaining its position against the US dollar. At 7:43 Greenwich Mean Time, commercial banks quoted that shilling at 129 shillings and 0 cents, 129 shillings and 40 cents per dollar, unchanged from Monday's closing rate. The steady exchange rate reflects a balanced forex market. Traders noted that inflows from sectors like tourism and export helped offset foreign currency demands from importers. Still in Kenya, the country's foreign aid programs have been hit hard as U.S. aid contract and grants calls now total 108 billion shillings. The reduction follows a broader decision by the U.S. administration to scale back global assistance affecting key development initiatives in the country. The funding cuts impact critical sectors such as healthcare, education, and economic development, raising concerns over project sustainability. Expert warns that reduced aid could slow progress on key reforms and development goals. Kenyan authorities are now exploring alternative funding sources to fill the gap, including increased public-private partnerships and domestic resource mobilization. Stakeholders emphasized the need for resilience and strategic planning to mitigate the effect of reduced foreign aids. And on health, the South African Medical Research Council, MRC, has called on African governments, philanthropists, and the private sector to step in after the abrupt termination of U.S. aid funding for a leading HIV vaccine project. The decision, part of widespread U.S. aid cuts, threatens crucial research efforts. The Brilliant Consortium, which was relying on U.S. aid support for HIV vaccine studies, faces a major setback due to funding halt. Experts warn that this could slow down progress in finding an effective HIV vaccine and weaken Africa's research capability. MRC officials stress the need for local funding solutions to sustain critical health research. They urge African leaders to increase investment in medical innovation, to reduce reliance on external donors, and ensure long-term healthcare advancement. South Africa's economy grew by 0.6% in the fourth quarter of 2024, recovering from a 0.1% contraction in the previous quarter, according to the Statistics SA. The rebound was largely driven by agriculture, which had suffered a steep 29% decline earlier in the year. Despite the modest recovery, full-year economic growth for 2024 stood at 0.6%, slightly below the 0.7% recorded in 2023. Analysts caution that sluggish manufacturing and weak consumer demand may continue to weigh on economic performance. Economists highlight the need for structural reforms and investment to sustain growth momentum. While the rebound is positive, experts warn that long-term economic resilience requires policy stability and improved business confidence. Away from that, Egypt's banking sector sees $37.8 billion NFA recovery. This and more after the break. Thank you for staying tuned. Now, Egypt's banking sector recorded a remarkable $37.8 billion recovery in net foreign asset, NFA, over the past years, turning from a deficit of $29 billion in January 2024 to a surplus of $8.7 billion in January 2025. The Central Bank of Egypt, CBE, played a key role, contributing $23.5 billion, while commercial banks added $14.3 billion. The sector's NFA also saw a sharp $3.5 billion monthly increase from December 2024 to January 2025, the highest since May last year. This was driven by a surge in foreign currency inflow, including remittances and increased foreign investment in government debt instruments. Analysts says the recovery signals growing confidence in Egypt's financial stability. A combination of rising foreign asset reserves and reduced external liabilities has strengthened the banking system, positioning it for further economic resilience. Moving on, Speaker of the Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS Parliament, Haja Memunatu Ibrahim, has canvassed more regional unity among member states, as well as continued bilateral relationships between Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, following their departure from the regional body in January. This year, Ibrahim made the call while speaking at the fourth parliamentary seminar on ECOWAS at 50 and Parliament at 25 with the theme, Reflections of the Community Parliament Towards Attaining Regional Integration. According to Ibrahim, ECOWAS founding treaty was signed in Lagos on May 28, 1975, and after 50 years, it has become imperative to take stock and question the choices and objectives made so far, including governance and oversight functions. She reiterated the need to understand the root causes of the exit of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali from the bloc, saying the political and security context in these countries have changed radically in recent years, with security challenges and internal tensions leading to a strategic repositioning of their governments. Ibrahim also said it should be noted that the withdrawal of these three countries does not mean a rejection of the common values shared by West African countries. Let's take you to the West Asia. In the Middle East, Saudi Arabia's non-oil private sector maintained strong expansion in February, though growth slightly slowed from January's decade high. The Riyadh Bank Purchasing Managers Index PMI dipped to 58.4 from 60.5, reflecting a cooling in new business growth after the surge at the start of the year. New orders dropped to 65.4 from 71.1, but strong tourism and marketing efforts continued to support sales. Despite the slowdown, businesses remained confident, leading to the fastest employment growth in 16 months, especially in manufacturing and services. Companies expanded staffing levels to meet higher workloads and further demand. Meanwhile, input costs rose due to material prices and wages, though competitive pressures keep selling price increases modest. And now we'll take a break. We'll return to the rest of the story. Please stay with us.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Glad to know you're still with us. And now to the next story. Saudi energy giant Aramco reported a 12% drop in its 2024 net profit, totaling $106 billion due to lower oil prices and sales. Revenue slightly declined to $436.6 billion, while free cash flow fell by 16% year-on-year. The company cited higher operating costs and reduced income from sales as key factors in the decline. Despite the profit dip, Aramco increased its fourth quarter base dividend by 4.2% to $21.1 billion, with an additional $200 million in performance-linked payouts for early 2025. However, total dividends by 2025 are projected to fall to $85.4 billion from $124.2 billion in 2024. The company plans to invest between $52 billion and $58 billion in capital projects focusing on long-term energy infrastructure, with the Saudi government owning 81.5% of Aramco. The dividend adjustments are expected to impact the kingdom's revenue inflow. Away from the Middle East, European markets opened lower today as global investors brace for the start of U.S. tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, along with retaliatory actions. The Stock 600 index dropped by 0.84% as Stellantis and Mercedes-Benz witnessed a fall of 4% and 2.8% respectively. Meanwhile, French defense firm Sales increased by 11% after reporting higher income and revenue for the full year 2024 period. The stock was among many European military manufacturers to gain ground on Monday on expectations of higher regional spending. Meanwhile, all three major U.S. indexes dropped into negative territory yesterday after Trump confirmed that the U.S. 25% duties on Canada and Mexico would commence today, leaving no room for negotiation. Still in the news, EU proposes €800 billion plan to boost defense spending. The European Commission has proposed a new €150 billion joint borrowing initiative as part of an €800 billion effort to strengthen Europeans' defense capabilities. This plan comes amid growing pressure on EU nations to boost military spending, especially after US President Donald Trump's stance on NATO commitments raised concerns over Europe's reliance on Washington. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen stated that funds would support key defense projects, including missile systems, drones, and cyber capabilities, while also encouraging joint procurement to lower costs and improve interoperability. EU leaders will discuss the proposal at a special defense summit on Thursday, with potential exemptions for budget rules to facilitate increased spending. In a swift retaliation, China has announced additional tariffs of up to 15% on some U.S. goods starting from March 10, while restricting exports to 15 U.S. companies. The retaliation measures from China's Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Commerce came just as additional U.S. tariffs took effect on Chinese goods. The additional Chinese tariffs largely cover U.S. agricultural goods, including corn and soybeans, while companies affected by export controls include Leidos and General Dynamics Land System. Speaking today at the third session of the 14th National People's Congress, the session spokesperson Loy Quinjina noted that China's relationship with the U.S. is bound to witness disagreement, but the country will not accept pressuring or threatening. And now the United States President Donald Trump's new 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, along with a hike in duties on Chinese goods to 20%, took effect today. The move aimed at pressuring these countries to curb fentanyl exports to the U.S., which affects nearly $2.2 trillion in annual rates. China, Canada, and Mexico swiftly announced retaliatory measures in response. China imposed 10% to 15% tariffs on certain U.S. imports starting March 10 and restricted exports to American firms. Canada retaliated with immediate 25% tariffs on $20.7 billion worth of U.S. goods, including beer and orange juice, with further tariffs planned if the dispute continues. Mexico's response is expected soon. Leaders of both Canada and China condemned the tariffs, calling them disruptive to economic stability. Economists warn that these tariffs could hurt North American industries, disrupt supply chains, and push both the U.S. and Canada towards recession. Trump's administration is also targeting other imports, including steel, aluminum, and lumber, signaling a broader trade war ahead. President Donald Trump has halted military aid to Ukraine after a heated exchange with President Volodymyr Zelensky, sparking global concerns. The White House has not specified the scope or duration of the freeze. While Democrats warn it could embolden Russia, France condemned the move, while Britain maintained caution. The Kremlin welcomed the decision, calling it a step forward pace as Ukraine fears growing pressure to capitulate. Despite the aid pause, Trump hinted that a U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal could still proceed. Reports also suggest Washington is considering easing sanctions on Russia, raising questions about further UK support to Kyiv. Now let's shift to sports. We'll bring you more sports stories after this break. Please stay with us.
Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
In the business of sport, we see that CVC eyes $1 billion deal for Miami, Madrid. Private equity giant CVC Capital Partners is in talks to acquire the Miami Open and Madrid Open, two top-tier men's and women's tennis tournaments currently owned by Endeavor. The potential $1 billion deal would further expand CVC's presence in global sports investments. The firm has been increasing its influence in tennis following its previous investment in the WTA and ATP tours. If successful, the acquisition could reshape the commercial landscape of both prestigious tournaments, enhancing their market appeal and sponsorship opportunities. While the details of the negotiations remain undisclosed, industry analysts see the move as part of CVC's broader strategy to consolidate premium supports and premium sport assistance. The deal, if finalized, would mark another major shift in the tennis business, attracting fresh commercial partnership and investment. And that's all on the World News reaching you from our studio here in Lagos. Please remember to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Grace Komalafe. Many thanks for watching.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Hello and blessing AHA. Many thanks for being a part of Souq Podcast today. This is where we talk about a variety of issues ranging from development, business, economy, anything that is worth talking about. It happens here on Souq Podcast. Now, if you've noticed over the past few editions, it's been a series dedicated to the ongoing national workshop organized by the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation in conjunction with the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives. It is for CEOs of ministries, departments, and agencies in Nigeria. And the conversation has been about public sector accounting and auditing. I have joining me today a delectable woman, one that you will see and like, oh my gosh. But this is not all about beauty. She is from the Nigeria Social Insurance Fund. And we'll be talking about what this workshop would do in terms of public sector accounting and ensuring that funds committed to every MDA in Nigeria ends up delivering the dividends that Nigerians look for when we talk about dividends of democracy, talk about common good, talk about development. Nice to have you here on Souq Podcast, ma'am. All right, so I'm awed by your amazing look. But another thing that also puts me in awe is when I find women who are in key positions making a difference in society, making a difference in Nigeria. So you are at this workshop and for your agency, NSITF. Let's look at development and public sector accounting, the relationship between what happens at various NDAs and what the people get to see. At this workshop where the conversation has been about public sector accounting, what's your take on it and how do you think is going to impact your agency?
Thank you very much. This workshop has been extremely informative. I don't think that anybody can be or attend this kind of workshop and leave the same person. I, as you know, is the MD of NSITF, and this workshop is to and the public I make a difference. You need to guide will close choose we're not the path for using us to do not the one some of and go back how it is because positive I will go my so that as part of what we see
Take it. And I too have learned from this workshop because I've been in there with you all that auditing has gone beyond just the books being balanced. It's now more about value, and in doing the right thing, it's about giving value to the very important things. Now, for your agency, for instance, how would this help, even in budget allocation, to the things that should be done, since it's not just about the expenditure corresponding with the fund allocated. It's not just about the books being balanced, but more now about value. And how would that translate to development for Nigeria?
okay yes if I get you correctly I think yes a budget is what we intend to do in a year but we also have to prioritize what we the activities and the projects we carry out of all those budgeted items. And of course, we have to prioritize. We have to make sure that it's based on needs and availability of funds. So we'll go back and it's not just about, oh, this is budgeted for, so we must have to spend it. It's all about prioritizing the needs of the staff and carry out those ones that are highest on the list of priorities.
Okay. Can you just tell us a bit about NSITF? Some persons may be wondering, what agency is that? What do they do?
Yes, a lot of people don't know about NSITF. And with this, I'm just relatively new as an MD, but we've gone very far in creating awareness and also, creating the publicity, positive publicity, so that the public at large will know exactly what we do. Now, many people don't know. Most people just see NSITF, oh, it's one of those compliance certificates we need to be able to bid. But in actual fact, NSITF, like the name says, social insurance. We're all about social insurance protection, protecting our workers. As staff, as employees, we expect to go to work and come back in the same good condition that we left our homes with. We don't expect to die on the work or at our place of work or in the course of work. We don't expect to get injuries and disabilities. So what we do is that if there is a situation whereby an employee goes to work at the workplace or in the course of work and suffers injury, death, disability, what we do is that we are there to cushion the effects of such an occasion. We're there to cushion the effect. Like, for example, if somebody dies in the place of work and your employer has registered you or your beneficiary, it means that when that person dies, that dependent will be able to claim as much as 90% of what the spouse was earning at the time of death. You know, so it means that the beneficiary is not left destitute. The beneficiary is not left looking for how to make ends meet. We have cases whereby in various organizations, people are still collecting about 1.5 million a month because of the fact that the employer was registered by the employer, and somewhere along the line the employee died, and because of with various calculations that we do, the dependent was entitled to 90% of that person's salary. So that person is collecting 1.5, some people are collecting 1.3 million. So our institution is such that we cater for, we provide social protection in cases of injury, death, disability. You know, we make sure that we cushion the hardship that might come about such eventuality. So that's basically in a nutshell. If I sit here and tell you everything, we won't finish today. But we intend to increase our publicity, the output of our publicity, where in the next few months we're going to be putting out adverts, jingles to make people more aware of what we do. We also provide health and safety audits to make sure that the workplace is safe, to make sure that the fatalities are reduced. You know, if we are able to educate the various employers on how to keep their workplace safe, it will also reduce the number of claims being made therefore there will be deaths, there will be injuries. I'm sure you understand
yes,
what
of course.
I'm saying.
You know what they say, prevention is better than cure.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So we've been able to do two things here. Talk about the workshop and also enlighten you about different MDAs in Nigeria. I bet a lot of persons didn't know what NSITF does, but now you do know. So just in case you're an employer or you're an employee, you could ask your employer, are you registered with the NSITF? Now, these are some of the agencies that the federal government of Nigeria has created to ensure that the Nigerian worker doesn't just go to work and return earn salary at the end of the month. Other aspects of your life, eventualities, are also catered for. Thank you so much for being on the show, ma'am. We've been talking with Maureen Alago, who is the MD of NSITF on Souq podcast. I'll let you continue with your training. It concludes today.
Yes, it
wow,
does.
It's been a wonderful ride.
It has been a wonderful experience, a very wonderful experience. And I just hope that most MDs, DGs will find the need to appear personally in such workshops and not send people to represent them, because there is a lot to learn from these few days of engagements. We've learned so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Very much.
And this workshop has been coordinated by Africa Development Studies Center, ADSA. We'll take a break. Souq podcast continues after this time. Just stay tuned.
Many thanks for staying tuned to Souq Podcast. We've been on a special series on the national workshop for MCEOs of the various ministries, departments, and agencies in Nigeria, and the conversation has been about public sector accounting and auditing. Yes, I have the honor of hosting on Souq Podcast today. Rep Bamdeli Salamu is Chairman Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps in Nigeria. Great to have you on Souq Podcast.
Thank you very much. My pleasure being here. Thank you.
So finally, the workshop, which began some days ago, has come to an end. Let's talk about the aim of the workshop and why the CEOs of the various MDAs was brought together to talk about public sector accounting.
Well, like I did say in the presentation I made earlier in the course of the program, for any organization, especially the leadership of the organization, there is always a need to grow with trends. Public accounting, auditing, and issues around public sector financing has gone digital, if I must say. There are quite a lot of things that have changed in the last couple of years. There are a lot of things that are still changing in the way that we do things. And if we do not create a platform where experts can come together with the leadership of organizations, especially in the public sector, we'll find a situation where there will be so much friction between those organizations and the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation, which will eventually result in not only audit queries, but citing before the Public Account Committee of the National Assembly. And we feel that if we are all working together for the same purpose, which is service delivery, we should create a platform where we can all come together and listen to ourselves so that we know those issues that are frequently in contention, and the development in the aspect of public accounting, auditing, and public finance management generally, so that all our organizations will be compliant and will have less cases of flouting of financial regulations, flouting of laws, Appropriation Act, Public Procurement Act, and all other laws that govern public finances. So that is the reason why we put together this series of programs with the Auditor General for the Federation, and I'm glad with what I witnessed here and the report I got from the previous days that it's really been very impactful, it's really been very productive, and there's been a lot of engagement which has shown that there is a change in attitude, a change in understanding of what was the case before a participant came here for the training program.
Let's backtrack a little. Now, the Public Accounts Committee reviews financial statements submitted by the Accountant General for the Federation and even the Auditor General for the Federation. What's your assessment in the way that public funds are being used to bring developments to the people? And what do you think this workshop will be able to correct, if there is anything to correct so far?
All right. Let me give an instance. For example, let me draw some examples from the 2020 report of the Auditor General for the Federation submitted to the National Assembly late last year. There are quite a whole lot of issues that usually bring up citing or indictment, if I may put it, on this agency. For example, issues around over budgetary expenditure. There are issues around, lack of due process in award of contract. And there are issues around unlawful environment, that is moving of monies appropriated by the National Assembly for one purpose up to another. There are also a lot of issues around lack of proper documentation. How to keep our account books, vouchers, and the procedures they have to take, how to keep a record of revenue generated by those agencies and remittances of those agencies to appropriate account of the federal government, either that of the federal government or that of the account of the Federation, which the three tiers of government share from: federal, state, and local government. There are quite a whole, these are just examples of some of the issues that the Accountant General have identified almost year in, year out, on the account books of so many agencies. In addition, there is also a requirement of those agencies, and this has to do with documentation, to render accounts and have their audited accounts submitted to the Office of the Auditor General and Accountant General of the Federation every year. There is a timeline, March and May of every year, which many organizations, have defaulted in terms of doing. In addition to this is also the very unfortunate incidents of, extra budgetary expenditure. Now, by the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, every money that will be spent by any ministry, department, or agency must be appropriated by the National Assembly. But you have so many organizations that either spend above what was approved by the National Assembly or spend even money that were not appropriated at all. These are very grievous offenses, if I may use that word, which the financial regulation and the laws of the Federation do not look kindly at. But the good news is that there are things that can be avoided. And what the situations that result in this, we have listened to these agencies in a manner that can also improve the processes of appropriation in the National Assembly, and helping us to also do certain things in a faster method, taking into consideration the fact that most of the MDAs have targets to deliver, and if our own process is very slow, it affects theirs, and the public is the one that that eventually bears the brunt. You remember when I was speaking, I also spoke about the digitalization of the processes, the working process of the Public Account Committee, in a manner that makes us do less paperwork, work more efficiently, work more smartly, and work more productively. So these are some of the things which this workshop has really helped us to be able to deepen our understanding on, in terms of having the three-way communication, the Auditor General, the MDAs, and then the Public Account Committee, which sits more like a jury over reports of the Auditor General for the Federation.
All right, sitting as juries, that means you have the power to make judgments where a financial statement does not comply with what it's supposed to, the requirement, and you have the power to recommend sanctions. In doing this, how much of sanity would you say the PAC has been able to bring to MDAs?
Yes, I would say significantly we have been able to, because number one, nobody wants to be indicted, because the consequences are very grave. The consequences can range from making a ruling that such an agency should not be funded from the federal budget. It may involve sanctions, asking that certain monies be refunded by the erring officer of government. It may involve reporting such an individual to prosecuting agencies to take such an officer to court and prosecute. These are all, consequences. And like I said, I'm not sure anybody will just want to have any of these consequences, applied to them. But one thing that I want to emphasize is, and I want our MDAs to really understand this, at least I can say this of the Public Account Committee of the 10th National Assembly. Yes, we have the powers. Yes, there are those consequences that are provided for by law, but we believe more in helping these agencies to avoid those mistakes, to avoid those things that might even have been done, erroneously or willingly, by letting them know that there are expectations from the public. The public expects us that when these monies are appropriated, these monies are applied to the right cause in a manner that will solve the problems. If we are able to solve the problems of the public, we are all winners, because the chief executive of the agency, the man in the Auditor General's office, the Public Account Committee member, we all live in the same society. We want our roads to be fixed. We want hospitals to work. We want the water system to be better. We want security of life and property. Everybody wants this. So if we avoid doing those things that lead to waste, those things that lead to inefficiency, those things that lead to corruption, if we avoid them, we all win. So we emphasize more on the need for these agencies to do things rightly, to do things justly, to do things lawfully, rather than waiting until they do those things wrongly and then we come and hit the hammer. Well, you may hit the hammer, there may have been consequences, but the deed has been done. And the consequences of this done may be very fatal. For example, if the money is meant to fix an oxygen plant in a hospital and the money was diverted or whatever, people die because they have no access to oxygen. You can't bring them back to life, even if you send them out to prison. Those who have died have gone. So it is better that we work with them in a manner that will let them know that the consequences of doing things wrongly are very grave, and there is a lot of benefit in doing them right and helping them to improve on those aspects of their processes that may be resulting in flouting of these financial regulations and laws of government. We believe strongly that this has more benefits than just looking at the adversarial level, the judgment level, the punishment level. Even though that is still there, and we do wield the big stick when it becomes necessary. Recently, we were doing an investigation on the expenditure for COVID-19, and we discovered that a ministry got a sum of 10 billion naira to establish a vaccine production plant, and they never, established any vaccine production plant, and didn't return the money to the federal government account. These are some of the things that you see, and you just wonder what exactly is happening. And we had to really, come hard on them and direct that such monies should immediately be refunded back to the treasury of government, where the money was refunded. Imagine what 10 billion naira can do. Imagine how many blocks of classrooms that can construct, how many laboratories it can provide, and so on and so on. So these are just some of the examples of the things that do happen. And when such things happen, we have to come hard on such an MDA.
All right. So the Public Accounts Committee is a very key committee in the House of Reps and even in the upper chamber, the Senate chamber. In terms of public sector reform, what are you looking at to help the MDAs deliver effectively on their respective mandates? What recommendations have been made in the past, and what are the new ones to be made?
Well, I mentioned a few in my earlier statement, but to be very specific now, I think one of the problems we do have with our processes and the MDAs in terms of public sector financing begins from the budget level. We are looking at a situation where we will be able to gradually transit from this envelope system of budgeting, because imagine a project that is going to cost 1 billion naira, and then you have an envelope in a budget of 50 million naira. So if you budget 50 million naira for a project that will cost 1 billion naira, you are very sure that project will not be delivered. And there's no way anybody can even start anything meaningful with 50 million naira of a project of 1 billion naira. So we believe very strongly that the envelope system of budgeting, even though it has some advantages, has a whole lot of disadvantages, and is really impacting negatively on the ability of most of our MDAs to deliver on their core mandate. Another thing is that even after the approval of the budget, the executive also takes a lot of time in implementing those budgets. So if we say we have gone back to a budget cycle of January to December of every year, and by June and July of a financial cycle, we have not started implementation of a budget, we do not have any capital release as at July of a particular year, it will be very difficult, going by the provisions of the public procurement law, to expect those agencies to be able to deliver on those mandates that are included in the Appropriation Act within this few months of the year, if they will do things thoroughly and diligently. And then another area has to do with the issue of supervision, and that is where the oversight of the National Assembly comes in. The various committees of the House are taking the issue of oversight more seriously now, so that we don't wait until the deed is done. We engage with the various agencies right from the scratch to work together with them in a manner that will make us be able to supervise the implementation of the budget in a manner that will make us more efficient. Of course, there is also the issue of capacity in some of the agencies, and I must say this: we have discovered that some of the agencies lack the required capacity to deliver on some of the things that are appropriated for them in the budget. And if they don't have the technical capacity to deliver, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. A man can only give what he has. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. So these are some of the things that we have identified as problems in the various implementation of the mandate of the various MDs. And as an institution, the House of Reps is committed to helping these agencies, helping government to ensure that we reduce all these bottlenecks, we reduce all these problems in a manner that will make us, deliver better service to the public.
All right. Now let's talk about equipping those who will deliver the service. Now this workshop has been coordinated by Africa Development Studies Center. Why did PAC choose to let them coordinate? What's your take on human capital development and the role that Africa Development Studies Center is playing, and in this one that it has collaborated with Public Accounts Committee and also Office of the Auditor General for the...
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the 10th Assembly of the National Assembly, especially the committee I have the privilege of chairing, since the commencement of our work in the month of October of 2023, we have taken the African Development Studies Center as a major partner in human capital development. The unveiling of the committee itself came with a very robust training program for members of the committee. So as a committee, we ourselves need to be well equipped to be able to drive the capacity development of our major stakeholders. So it begins with us. And, from October till now, our committee has embarked on 4 major training programs. We have had 1 international training programs. We have had 3 local training programs in the last 7 or 8 months thereabout of our operation as a committee. And the African Study Development Center is a major partner in this regard. We look forward to deepening this engagement. And this is one of the ways we are deepening it, this collaboration with the Auditor General's office. We are also identifying some other major stakeholders that we can collaborate with to target specific cadres of officers in the public service to ensure that we do training and retraining. There's no other way, because the world is dynamic. You cannot use yesterday's strength to run today's race. You have to keep, fueling. You have to keep recharging. And it is only through these human capital development programs that you can get that done. So I assure you that this is something that will work for that one.
Very insightful and powerful word of wisdom you just dropped there. You cannot use yesterday's strength to run today's race. All right, now let's talk now to those who you represent, Nigerians who the rep members are there for. Some of them sometimes see members at the house, talk, committees, and sometimes they're wondering, why did it take so much time in deliberating? Could you take us through what it takes to do your job?
Yeah, I just remember that, my son asked me one time, Daddy, apart from holding meetings, what other thing do you do? I said, there's no other thing we do, it's meetings that we do. Yeah, that's our job. That's the work of the parliament. The parliament is a place of discourse. The parliament is a place of debate. It's a place of conversation everywhere in the world. And it is the debate, the discussion that we have that result in the most principle of our work, which is lawmaking. We make laws for good governance, for security, for welfare of Nigeria. And you can't make laws without, having discussions. If anybody brings in a bill to the House, which is the first stage of lawmaking, it has to come to the House for first reading. It goes through the second reading where you have a discussion on the major principles of the bill. And then if the bill passes through the second reading, it goes to the stage of public hearing, where you then call all persons that should ordinarily be interested in the bill, the stakeholders, to come together and discuss. It's also a discussion, it's also a meeting to bring their input, to look at the bill and tell us the merits and so on and so forth, before it goes back to the House for consideration of the report by the whole House, and for the third reading when it is passed, into law. So that is the principal function of the House. And like I said in answering some earlier questions, we have the responsibility of oversight. The oversight is the, supervision aspect, to ensure that you don't just pass laws and go to sleep. Are the laws we passed being obeyed? Are they being implemented? Don't forget, even the Appropriation Act itself is a law. You vote so amount of money to be used for the reconstruction of so road. Is it being done? Is it being done in the manner where it should be done? The Committee on Works will look at that. You voted money for equipping of teaching hospital. The Committee on Health will come and do that. You vote money for purchase of equipment by the military, maybe some fighter jet and so on. The Committee on Defense or Army or so will come and do this. That's another thing we do. And then finally, the work of representation, bringing what has now come to be known as dividends of democracy to the people at home. Now, the federal government is a very large institution. Somebody cannot sit in Abuja, for example, and know the need of a community called Ikoton in Egbado local government of Osun State, or a place called Alajuo in Ede South, or Ifeoda in Ejibo. They can't know. It is me, as their representative, that will go back to the federal government and say, well, you know what? In Ifeoda federal constituency, there is no motorable road. We have a federal road that links Iwo to Ejibo to Ifeoda to Oyo State. It's a federal road. We need it fixed. And then we put that in the budget or in any other way through which it can be implemented. So that is the role of representation, where we act as the spokesperson of the persons who voted us into office. So basically what we do is talking. What we do is meeting. And that is the work, because that is what democracy is all about. Democracy is about discussion, it's about engagement, it's about representation.
All right, finally, after a week of training, what is your message to the participants at this national workshop? What are you expecting to see differently when your committee receives financial statements?
Yes, well, very importantly is the need for us to make use of the knowledge that we have learned here, so that we do not appear like the man that the Bible describes as the man who looks at the mirror, and by the time he leaves, he's forgotten what he looks like. We have looked at the mirror here. We have seen, we have heard, we have read things that we need to do better and differently. And it must not stop there. We have to then apply the knowledge. It is the application of knowledge that is called wisdom. The man who has knowledge and refuses to apply them is not a wise man. I expect every participant in this program to be wise. And that is to apply those things we have learned in making sure that our books are tidier, that our processes are lawful, that our execution of projects are value-driven than they had ever been. By the time all these things happen, we'll have less case for inviting agencies to come and defend this, come and explain this, come and shed more light on this. You have very less incident of such happening.
Thank you so much, Rev. Bamdeli Salam, Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps Nigeria, for being with us on Souq podcast today. We thank you so much that your committee saw it necessary not just to sit and expect that the right thing is done, but to take the step to ensure that those who will do the work know exactly what to do. And we hope Nigeria soon will begin to reap the rewards of this workshop.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being with you. Thank you.
And this is where we wrap it up on the special series of the Souq podcast, where we've been having interactions with the organizers and participants at the national workshop organized by Office of the Auditor General for the Federation in collaboration with Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps Nigeria to train, to equip MDAs, CEOs of ministries, departments, and agencies with current trends in public sector accounting and auditing. We do know that at the time of scarce resources, what we do with the resource that we have is very important. I'm Blessing AG. Watch out for what's next on Souq Podcast on the next edition.
bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijoade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monument Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deep Water Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deep Waters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deep Waters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through FAMFA Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals in their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activity threatens this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we will visit in year 2025 by 30%. That would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. We're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on the quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namiye, Dr. Nibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Ijogo. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please get some time together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for a very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos State has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos class. It's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then of course for evidence base meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable Complaint just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, no confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center and is from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria. in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next month. As you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next month. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for re-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes, the result is out. The other one will take any time. It could be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, was to the public health system for malaria negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, by Shemet. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just believe me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Volta. If you are going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria, thank you so much. This is the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency as the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekule Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, they will say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set the track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facility for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such state-setting initiative like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and concentrated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria of the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to tow the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. I'm pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duty. Congratulations, sir. Is negative, and the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos has been charted off. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Isiaka Souq. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much for that cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and said, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our society. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and neutralization programs. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to a step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slides by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartoons. It's a job that he can communicate dive into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long than those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, it was replenished with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small pick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and the resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started and it's for all of us to see, to buy into it and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action we will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, you told us from WHO that is 2025, they are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, you said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was, they're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmers and all the leaders that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program, our community pharmacists are here, all of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, his all of his delivery so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control, we say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Nets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person, and to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Ido as a permanent secretary. You don't know what you've done. By clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. Preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, and I think that is a message we need to take all of our pharmaceutical establishments. Ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, may I please your indulgence on she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. Between her eye and her eye. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. pathway to malaria-free education and the sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health to join you for the first photo ball.
What you need right here at Family Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeats of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.